Hello and welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Oceania versus Southeast Asia Showdown Finals, presented by Order. My name is Docky. I am your host for tonight, and I'm joined by two very smart and handsome men who know the game of Teamfight Tactics a lot, Frosty and Karames. Karames, welcome to the cast. We didn't have you on yesterday. How you going, mate?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Obviously, Swift invited me to do it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how SEA goes against OCE. Obviously, a lot of these players are just the best in their region, so it's nice to see SEA, have a bit of pride for them as well. Obviously, they haven't been able to get a world spot yet, but yeah, thanks for inviting me. Looking forward to some games.
We should have absolute six barn burners ready for you tonight, mate. Frosty, we saw the first six of them yesterday. They were absolutely ripper games.
Absolutely, and you know what? I love them so much that I couldn't help but ask Swifty to get me back onto the cast again. So here I am, here to provide my bias once more to some excellent games of TFT.
Now, yes, if you did miss out on yesterday's action, we'll break it down a little bit for you. But this is how the format, I guess, of the OCE versus SEA Showdown works. Obviously, we've got two teams, 8 players from Team OCE and 8 players from Team SEA. They've been split into two groups of four, fighting it out against each other. So as you can see on the left there, wonderful OCE team captain of Raza, supported by Chunga, Angora, TXE, Admiration, Escher, Dawnglade, and Chubby Bunny. And then on the right, we've got Team SEA with Captain Jose, Kajaus, Anivia Kingdom, Shoxi, Arai, Master Els, Asira, and Dalfu are their 8 players who absolutely tore it up yesterday. As you can see, they are blown into 4 groups of 4. I think in the first game today, we'll be having OCE Group B versus SEA Group A. I could be wrong on that one. It could be the other way around. It actually might be the other way around. So we'll see Chunga, Angora, TXE, Admiration, versus Araya, Asira, Boljo, and Masteros. Boljo being the what's his name, Dalfu. There you go, that you saw on the first graphic. But this is how the format breaks down. We've gone through day one. You can ignore the left-hand side. We've printed on the center column there, where it is going to be OCE Group A versus SEA Group B, and then for the final 3 games tonight, it's going to be the two team captains head-to-head of Raza and Jose in OCE Group B versus SEA Group A. Obviously, there is $2,000 on up for grabs for the winning team. That's split between the 8 players, $250 each. It is a show match, but that's a handy little prize pool to play for Frosty.
It is, and it was really interesting. I think the story of yesterday was perhaps the more expected teams that we expected to perform. The worst they ended up performing there, where we saw OCE Group A coming in against C Group A, and we said, "Oh, C Group A is looking really strong," and OCE Group A wiped the floor with them. And then we said OCE Group B looked really strong, and then C Group B wiped the floor with them. And as we move into the scores here, you can really see that reflected in just the changes that we saw over these few days here. Looks like C is taking a bit of a lead, but I'll pass it off to Ducky to explain just exactly some of the discrepancies between the scores yesterday and today here.
Yeah, so obviously for the eagle-eyed people, there's 20 points between SEA and OCE, and that's just a little change up from where it finished off yesterday, because during yesterday's mid-game interview with Jose in Game 3, he was unable to communicate with the SEA team during a carousel. Obviously, that affects the game a little bit. And after review by the admins and conferring with both Raza and Jose, Team SEA have been awarded 2 bonus points. So the gap for OCE to bridge now is 20 points up from 18. And just before we came on to cast Krams, you were talking about it. Obviously, you went on yesterday, but you weren't necessarily surprised by that because of just how powerful the SEA rosters are on paper.
Yeah, I think just led by the front from their captain. Obviously, Jose has some 4v4 experience. He's the best player in this lobby, in my view, and he's just got a wealth of knowledge. He's got that attention to detail. I think he'd be good coach as well for his team. Being able to being that lost streak player in his team, he's able to direct the pace of the game. So I think Jose really is his experience is showing through for SEA.
And that 4v4 metagame, Frosty, is quite different. So, as we jump into game one here, do you want to maybe break down a couple of the things that we saw yesterday, the kind of little quirks between just the regular 8 people playing against each other TFT versus the two teams of 4?
Oh, absolutely. So, one of the things that is really emphasized in this sort of a format here is communication and being able to play around facing your teammates here. in comparison to facing against some of the opponents that you might be facing. So being able to position your board to try to maximize against your opponents while minimize potential damage to your teammates is very critical. And being able to also use that, for example, with strategies on which sort of compositions you want to go for. We saw a little bit of it yesterday, but you never want to end up trying to contest one of your teammates. You always want to be playing different compositions just to make sure that everyone gets their fair share of the pie, right? And so it's going to be important for the teams going into today to really try to maximize that, as it's going to be a really tight race to see who exactly is going to be able to take down the showdown here.
Yeah, let's talk about a few of those compositions as well, because yesterday it was actually two very distinct playstyles that we saw. So OCE, they played a little bit of the Tristana reroll Rats comp. They also leaned quite heavily on some Jack Skirmisher comps, whereas what we saw from SEA was a little bit different. They had that Nocturne staple comp that worked out for them in both groups. We had Asira in Group B and Jose in Group A. Absolutely tear up the floor of OCE with that Nocturne blender comp. Crames, do you think there's going to be pretty much the same playstyle today for the SEA guys? Are you expecting a few more off-kilter things as well?
Yeah, I think they'll go with the same format. So obviously they had one assassin player, they had one Velkov's player. I think they'll do the same thing. They'll probably look and see what the other group did yesterday, but I think they'll stick with the same good plan. They've got a 20-point lead. It worked really well for them yesterday. I expect them just to play a solid game today.
Yeah. And as we now do jump into stage 2 in the first kind of combat rounds of this first game of the day between OCE Group A and SEA Group B, on screen with Araye right now, who I believe was probably the best player from yesterday for SEA. He was probably the leader of their absolutely dominant Group B squad, who tore it up against the OCE Group B squad, got that scintillating 1-2-3-4 performance in the first game right off the bat. Frosty, do you think that, it's going to be much of the same again? Are you expecting to see Araye pop off in this lobby, or have you got your eyes on another player?
Well, this lobby is the Clash of Two Titans, as I mentioned before, where you have the two teams that performed really well yesterday coming up against the head. So I'm really looking at Araya, as you mentioned before, Asaria. In fact, I'd say a lot of these players, we saw Admiration really pop off for 2 games, going first, and then 8th as well. So a little bit of an unfortunate finish up there. But heck, even plays like Master Els, Angora was my player of the day yesterday. So I'd say that there's a lot of strong players here, and I'd love to see pretty much any of them pop off.
Yeah, and look, it's still very, very early days. We're seeing the same kind of openness that we were seeing yesterday, Kareem. So it's a lot of the Sentinels comp, a little bit of Draconic start, guys looking towards that A-bomb start. It's just slowly evolving, and I think it's just a little bit of feeling the waters right now. The OCE guys will be definitely a little bit nervous after how yesterday went. They've got some points to make up. The SEA guys were actually, from what I saw in the lol chests, the OCE guys were basically all scrimming like most of today. They had a few scrims against each other, and then the SEA guys, they just kicked back and took it easy.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was checking the lol chest from yesterday's games. Obviously, I was on yesterday's cast, but yeah, just looking at the OCE boys, they were scrimming all day today. So I don't know. Have they come up with a plan? Can they, change things around a little bit? Clearly, yesterday didn't work out the way they were hoping. Had to see if they maybe change out, what kind of comps they look for, what items, maybe the roles of each team. Looking forward to see how they evolve today, and whether SEA's kickback backfires.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I always think that there is a benefit to both sides of the coin, right? I mean, on one side, you've got SEA taking it a little bit easy here. It's important to rest and relax and, make sure that you're at 100% when you're playing in these sorts of events, rather than, just trying to constantly be pushing yourself to go that little bit further. But at the same time, in the case of OCE, where things clearly weren't working yesterday, I can definitely see them, wanting to just try to get as much practice under the hood just to be able to smash it out and try to turn it around. So I like both sides of it. If it's not broken, don't try to fix it, right?
Yeah, and I think we were a little bit critical yesterday of maybe some communications issues within the OCE camp. My eyes always go back to that game 4 from yesterday, the first game of the Group B team, where they contested each other on that Jax comp, and then it just completely went haywire for them. Like, if they've managed to scrim it out and solve those communications issues, especially within the B team, because the OCE team was actually quite strong yesterday. We saw some really good performances from, like you mentioned, Angora earlier, Admiration. Now, if the B team can pull it back and really run it back in the final 3 games of tonight, we could actually have a very close battle on our hands.
Definitely, definitely. And as we see, Admiration off to a great start already, has 100 streak still going. But Master L's, unfortunately, getting the win streak cut short on stage 2-3, so not going to be looking towards that, but just looking at the board there, still in a very strong spot, 98 health going into the potential final round here, so unsure if they've faced Admiration already, but I can imagine that this sort of a board might just be strong enough. Ziggs 2 with Eclair 2, and especially with these items, is a really strong start. Instead runs into TXE, who I imagine would be looking towards something like... See, I would say Riven, but those items lean more in towards Assassins, I believe, as you'll never want a Frozen Heart on your Riven.
We do see a Raya, actually. I was actually looking out for that just at the little end of that combat there, Krames. It's just like a Raya and Asira were 7-8 there. Obviously, 2 SEA players. You've got Asira, who was the loose streak player for the Group B team yesterday. He obviously went on to that blended knockdown comp, worked very successfully with Jose, worked very successfully with Asira. I was a little bit worried about the HP totals there, but it looks like the lobby right now, let's hope the OCE 2-4 win streaks that's going on right now, both teams are kind of content with where they are right now.
Yeah, I think both teams will be pretty happy right now. Looks like Angora, it'll be interesting to see what he plays. Yesterday he was playing pretty flexibly, he played 3 different comps, so I think I'll just let him play sort of like middle of the pack and let him do what he wants, but as long as he's not contesting, his win streak players, I think it'll be good. But interesting, I'm really curious to see what he plays, because he's the most flexible player in this lobby for sure.
Well, he's got the Brunan Slam, he's got the Bramble Best Slam, there's plenty of comps that you could choose from that, right?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, A-Bomb's probably the most likely. Interesting to see what he does here. He did play Velkov's game yesterday. Not the best items for it, though. Interesting to see what he does here. Does he perhaps sell for 40? Does he keep the A-Bomb open? Just scouting around, seeing what's been taken. Interesting to see how his board develops over the stage. Really curious to see what he values here.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him going towards something like Riven with A-Bomb here, just trying to go towards something like that Riven comp. We typically don't see Riven all too much, but it is quite strong more often than not. See, I look at Chunga's board here and I say, well, there's the potential for him, but you don't really have the good items for it. You've mostly got good items on Gragas there to just try to maintain your strength. So in my head, I'm in the comms, I'm thinking that Angora is really trying to get this Riven composition going here. And yeah, we're gonna see, I feel like we're gonna see an A-Bomb unit get sold off here. Aurelia gets picked up. Also a Lee Sin as well to just try to guarantee it. We might see a little bit of a roll here, but if I'm in Angora's position, I still think we're at a fine life total for where we're at in the game right now. But clearly Angora disagrees, is going to try to roll it down just for a little bit of power to try to consolidate everything that's going on. Might be trying to go towards a Yasuo game, and I can't say that I don't like it. I mean, Hurricane's a great start for a Yasuo game, so not exactly what I thought we were going to see here, but definitely a line you can take, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's good because he's like the first player to contest this Yasuo comp right now. Like, just scouting around, there's a lot of the Skirms opener. It's one of the most powerful openers right now, Grames. But like that Yasuo comp, if you can actually get into it first and hit that Yasuo 2-star early with that Runan's Hurricane, it very much sets the tone to the lobby of like, all right, I am going for this Yasuo build.
Yeah, he played Yas yesterday, so he's very comfortable in that comp. Really surprised he rolled there. I thought, like Frosty said, I thought maybe he'd just play a bit more passive. Felt like his health bar was enough, but I guess he just wanted to try and get some direction, at least going into stage 4 and into this carousel coming up.
I think it's also like a relatively smart move when you look at like the streaks that the OCE teams are holding as well, where it's like you've got Admiration and Chunga who both have very strong boards right now. So if you're in Angora's shoes, like maybe rolling down for that little bit of extra strength right now does pay off a little bit for Frosty.
Yes, definitely, potentially. Look, I'd say that if you look over at this lobby strength right about now, there's 2 clear lost streak players, right? TXE and Asaya are definitely going for Assassins. They're trying to do the Jose style where they're just lost streaking as much as possible, hoping that they don't run into each other, and they're just going to try to get up to level 7 and then roll it down for some Nocturnes. They are essentially trying to hold hands for the majority of this game and just trying to outplace each other. And then it comes down to the rest of the lobby here, right? So you've got Admiration in first place, and I mean, if you're in Angora's position, I don't think you've faced Angora you don't think you've faced Admiration for a while, or Master L. So maybe you need to be thinking about just how are you going to deal with Admiration and try to cut this loss streak. That being said, Admiration is just that strong, so it's not going to be happening. So let's have a listen in on OCE and see exactly what they're up to.
I think it's still there though. I don't like it. Maybe if it's Radiant, you have no choice.
Oh, he wanted Truckle there.
Oh, I'm not for Fiddle. I'm not for Fiddle.
I could have just taken the click, I guess, to try and play Jax, but...
What the
With
fuck am I
Frozen
taking?
Yes, 2 Riven 2. Stimmy's gold, it's like 20-ish, 26.
And as we can see, it is a full gold Stimmy, as you just heard from TXE there. He has dropped below the 40 HP threshold, and obviously that means the Divine Blessing is on the board. Full gold is great, especially if you want to try and roll down, and it looks like he's actually contesting, for now, this Nocturne comp that was very, very popular from the SEA players yesterday, Crimps.
Yes, Assassins was the most played comp along with Abomination Valkors, and yeah, he does hit that Nocturne too, really nice. Also found the Ivan as well, so has that Revenant going. Needs to get the items down if possible. Here is the mirror match. So, as you mentioned, it is being contested. So, have to see, is this gonna? It's a bit of a race, isn't it? Obviously, Nocturne 2 and Ivan probably sways this fight. Both have Last Whisper. Have to see how this fight turns out. But yeah, has the early Diner as well. Is that ACR? Yeah, has the early Diner. That's really nice as well. But interested to see how these two players go into stage 4, because they're both really low, 37 health, 20 health, and they're contesting each other, so they could hold hands, but to see if they can start high rolling.
Oh, and this is some good items for TXE here as well. Like the Renan's Tempest is one of Nocturne's best in slot items off of that Radiant Armory there, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it is the perfect item. I think that, trying to get something like the Radiant Rapid Fire Cannon there is probably going to be a little bit better. But, I mean, having a look in at Admiration here, unfortunately, Admiration is stuck between a rock and a hard place here. The potential for the Mistral to be very strong with the extra scouting that you get from your teammates is there. And it looks like even over a Zeke's Harmony, Admiration's going to prioritize that, probably just to try to get as much damage down. And would you look at that, the power of being able to disable the main carry from Araya here coming into full effect, and that's going to be absolutely devastating. Araya even hit the Radiant Rapid Fire Cannon, and my gosh, that's going to be a devastating loss here.
Yeah, just the Mistral just means that the Yasuo takes a little bit longer to ramp up, but it is carving through the comp here, but it is just too strong that Nidalee with the PT does. It was probably a better loss than, Araya was thinking he was probably going to get after seeing the Mistral drop, but, that's the power of Yasuo.
Admiration showing his love to the C team over there, just giving them a quick little flip off, just to make sure that, everyone knows exactly what's going on. We're going to move over to Araya for the time being here, who is getting a bit of scouting, who did take that big loss to Admiration there. And we see him stuck on this Yasuo comp. Has decent items for it. The Archangel's not exactly the best Yasuo item, but still definitely very respectable. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a big roll down start to happen here. But it looks like this is just going to be a transition over in towards a Riven comp, trying to potentially contest Admiration here. I'm very surprised to see this. I'm not exactly sure what exactly Araya is thinking, but maybe Araya is just trying to potentially identify that he is in a position where he just needs to grief the other players. Not quite sure exactly what Araya's plan here is.
And which I just saw on the side there, Kareem's Chunga did hit the 2-star Riven. So, looking into this lobby, we have the 2 Nocturne players. We have Riven being hotly contested. Yasuo was being contested a little bit earlier. Now we start seeing, after this armory, that the players will start deviating into their own comps. But you know what? Right now, the transition isn't working for Araya. Asira hitting the 1% Viego for his assassin board is very, very handy, though.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, he's not really sure what his direction is. He looks like he's in a lot of trouble. He may well be the weakest in the lobby. Obviously, get a bit of gold here. Definitely needs to find some direction, find a good carry, and just get a stronger board on, because this board is not going to sustain him throughout the stage.
Now we go into a big roll down here. I think Araya is just pretty much just trying to send it, just trying to find pretty much anything at this point to try to stabilize the board. And I hate to say it, but he's close. He's close, but he's not quite there yet. We've got three Sentinel, 3 Nightbringer here. 2 Renewer, 2 Legionnaire. It just feels a little bit hodgepodge, a bit over the place. But, hey, who knows? Maybe this is just the tech, right? And Araya doesn't get the Reforger down in time. You cannot use that mid-combat. We're going to see Araya come into his teammate Bold Joe here, who is on that Riven comp. So there's a lot of contesting going on between these two teams right now.
And I think it was a little bit smart there. We did see Araya pivot away from the Riven. He did sell the one that he was on board. He looks like he's going into more of a Yasuo build, but it might just be a little bit too little too late for him, Kareems.
Yeah, it looks like he's in a lot of trouble there. Hopefully he can make it to neutrals, maybe try and salvage top 6 or something, but definitely looking like an 8th here. As you see, Master Eels looks like he wants to play Vel'Koz from here most likely, or even Heimerdinger. 59 health. I think he's just going to play it passive, see what he gets from the carousel. If Araya can die, he might get third. We'll have to see what he goes from this carousel. Definitely a good spot. He can play passive, go play for sticky, and then just try and explode around the pipe.
Yeah, definitely the case. And again, queuing into the teammates here, these are not exactly the best queues, but I think Asaraya here is going to still be alive because Master L's board is not that strong in comparison to the Assassin's board. The Assassin's board typically spiking at that 4-1 roll down, and for as low as health as Asaraya is, still alive and kicking as Araya comes down to join him in the 1-loss territory at this point. And for game number 1 for SEA here, it's not looking too hot.
Yeah, look, they've got it's kind of just like a little bit of a reverse of what we were seeing at the start of yesterday, where like the OCE players were struggling, but now it's actually the SEA players who are struggling, obviously 2 below 10 HP now. TXC is obviously stabilized with his own Nocturne board, and we're starting to see the comps that we were kind of expecting from both teams to come out. We saw that OCE favored the Riven yesterday. They've got the Riven player in Chunga. That's been contested. There's also these 2 Heimerdinger players, or one could be that A-Bomb Vel'Koz build versus the A-Bomb Heimer build. So each team has actually got these dedicated players, and the one thing that I really like out of the OCE team, at least for the A group, they didn't play it much yesterday, but it looks like they've maybe dropped Rats out of the strategy, which is, I think, a very smart call after how yesterday went. And I think in the pre-show you were eating your words a little bit there, Frosty.
Yeah, I might have gone on record there saying yesterday that I thought Rats was actually an okay composition to try to be finding yourself in there, but after a few playtests between now and yesterday, I found myself in the unfortunate position of trying to play the composition, and it did not work out at all. So I'm going to go on record and say that, you know what, maybe Hellion's not exactly in the best spot right about now, so yeah, we're just going to retract that previous statement. Okay, good hustle.
And Kareem said that we just saw the Nocturne mirror match up there between Asira and TXC. That's big for Asira. So Asira won that combat, but not only that, just looking at the benches, he's got 7 Nocturnes to TXC's 5. Both of these guys are obviously hunting down for that Nocturne 3. And whoever gets it first probably looks at getting the top 4, because it becomes very hard to push for that Nocturne 3 once you hit it, because then you're going to have teammates going to be rolling down and contesting for it as well.
Yeah, he might have to go 8 after neutrals here and just roll it down. He's waiting for Asira to die, so those Nocturnes go back in the pool, but he's just not dying. In fact, he's win streaking, so he might just have to temper here, TXC. I feel like if he rolls after neutrals and he doesn't hit, he's just going to fall in the hole. I think he just goes 8, maybe try and get like a volley bear and just play for tempo. But yeah, he really needs the Syra to die here if he wants to fall here.
Well, that doesn't look to be happening heading into neutrals. Asira got that 5-win streak on the sideboard there, and you do see the stronger OCE players. We were looking at Admiration Angora at the start of the game. Angora's still at the top of the lobby, but Admiration is slowly sliding down. As we were talking previously, Arai has dropped out in that 8th place, so that's at least a couple of points that the OCE boys are working back. But, you know, with 20 points still the deficit, and considering that SEA could still go for that 3 top 4 kind of game with Asira on this win streak, it's really too early to call how this lobby is actually going to pan out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close finish for sure. We see Chunga, Admiration, TXC, you know, all around the middle of the pack, and Angora leading the way for...
Yeah, I really feel like the flexibility of the OCE plays is just kind of shining through there. You mentioned that TXE was going to look to go to 8. Well, TXE was already starting to pre-level in towards trying to go 8, already identifying that Asaria was just way too close to even trying to think about hitting any Nocturne 3 shenanigans or anything like that. So instead, we're just going to see TXE go up to level 8 and just try to wait it out. You still get the exact same mods of hitting Nocturne at level 8 that you do level 7. It's just that, you know, you're better off just not wasting gold while you're waiting. It's time to go up, get another unit in, play your strongest board.
See the Ribbon comp coming through. I think we saw a Ribbon 3 on the scout, so Ribbon does look contested. Might mean Angora does have to go up to 8 and play tempo here. I'm not sure if that was correct though. I have to see the scout again, but yeah, definitely a lot of contested units, as you were saying. Nocturne's contested, Ribbon's contested. A lot of people fighting for the same units. Have to see, you know, who can hit and how they manage their economy coming up to this carousel.
I bet you Angora's a little bit salty there that he came up against the ghost of Asira there rather than the actual Asira comp, because he had the Zephyr perfectly positioned for that Nocturne, and being able to knock out that Mirror Nocturne player for TXE, who is losing very much hemorrhaging health and is now in that 1 loss zone, Frosty. That would have been a nice little win for the OCE boys.
Well, I mean, it's only a matter of time, right? It's only a matter of time, and there's only so long that you can really dodge as Angora moves perfectly into his teammate here. You can only get so fortunate in a game of TFT to dodge the players that you need to dodge, because eventually it'll all come crashing down, just like a Volibear does right there. As Master Earls coming up against his teammate here, might barely keep Soraya alive for the time being. That's a really good loss for the SEE team. I think that looking at it, Asaria is probably one of their best chances at trying to secure a good few points in this game, as TXE is just barely managing to cling on.
And you do see TXE upgrading a Nocturne, so it looks like he is trying to grief these Nocturne players as well. He built his own, but as we see, 6 Valkos for Master Eels here, maybe? A Valkos 3 angle, that would be interesting. 4k damage coming out from that. Yeah, finds the Heimerdinger. Will he find a way to get that in, actually? Looks like he's just going to sit for now. Yeah, he's got 6 Valkos, so will we see a Valkos 3 this game? That'd be interesting.
Well, he is contested with Chunga right now, so Chunga is the Vel'Koz player right now.
Yeah, that's
for the
true.
OCE
Yeah.
And so, you know, I don't mind the Heimer pick up there. He's kind of identified that if Chunga beats him in this comp, you know, he does have that pivot out with the Heimerdinger. Obviously, the two share most of their items. Like, both really need that mana gen. Just whatever damage items you can throw on top, very handy. But I do like that little play from Master Elves of realizing, if this doesn't pan out well, at least I've got this backup carry. But, you know, we'll be able to hear about that all from Master Elves as we go and listen in with the SEA team right now. I think maybe just a couple of tech issues there with the SEA team, but you did see them splitting off to their different items. There was an Assassin Spat on the board there, which Cyril would definitely want now that TXE is out of the game. He is out, so the Nocturne 3 should be a lot easier for him to hit Frosty.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that TXE going out was perhaps one of the best things that could have happened. for the SEE team trying to keep their dreams alive here. Asira has just refused to die for the most part, but even still, I mean, the top 2 players are OCE, so there's still the mountain to climb, and this is going to be a big matchup here. The Mistral not being in a perfect position, and unfortunately the Jax is running straight into the Vel'Koz laser, not exactly getting one shot, mind you, but even still, this is a really reliable cast here on the Vel'Koz, trying to do so much damage, but even still, this Jax is just refusing to die, and this just really goes to this just goes to show you the power of this Jax Knight comp, as we see Asira finally takes the loss here, going out in 6th, and that's got to feel real bad for SEE. That has to feel so bad. As I mentioned before, I really think that Asira was one of SE's chances at really trying to claim one of those top spots. That the majority of their players besides Boljo are extraordinarily close to dying.
Yeah, we see Marcel's on 1 life, so 3 of the 4 OCEs are still alive. Interesting to see if OCE can really bring some points back in this game. They're really, really strong. Admiration's looking strong, and Gora is kind of playing for tempo, but yeah, and Chunga as well. So let's see how these matchups go. And Gora versus Marcel, so this is OCE versus SEA. Can and Gora knock out Marcel's here?
A little bit of positioning there for Angora with his Riven running around to the Lux there, but he's got the items, the kind of Jax items that worked, but it's just not enough. The positioning too much for Angora to handle. He takes a 14 HP loss. Master does make it to the neutrals, so he can hope for a good item here. The Chalice, is it still bugged? Like, it is still bugged, I'm pretty sure.
I believe it is still bugged for the time being. Even still, not exactly the worst item to be picking up. He does get a little bit of extra mana onto the Teemo, getting a little bit more of that reliable cast off. And I do love the Teemo into this lobby here as well, providing a lot of utility against the Jaxes and the Rivens of the bunch. I feel like the attack speed slow is something that we don't really talk about from Teemo a lot. You know, the absurd amount of damage typically does kind of overshadow it a little bit, but even still, I think this Teemo is a great tech, and especially since, well, you're already at 1 life, it's really going to matter if you take another loss from this point. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And we do have admin extraordinaire Tycoon, who has confirmed that it's only Radiant Chalice that is bugged. So it is okay. It's a good pickup for the Vel'Koz, a little bit of extra AP. Combined with that Banshee's Claw, that is one very hard Vel'Koz to get through.
Yeah, a bit of mind games for this positioning. Double backs, yeah. He's on 1 life now, so he's up against Chunga. Hero match, another OC versus SEA matchup. Someone might die here. 10 health, 13 health, 8 base damage, so this could sway the leaderboard quite a lot here.
But I will say, I love that positioning that Master Els did. Manages to dodge the Shroud here, and it just might be enough against Chunga. As the laser slowly but surely turns around, there is no sustain on Chunga's Vel'Koz, but Chunga manages to cling on barely, and Angora's out in 5th here, so this lobby is just getting spicier and spicier as the day goes on.
Yeah, we've gone from a 4v4 to a 2v2, 2 OCE and 2 SEA. Who's going to come out on top? Got nearly 3 from Boljo right there, got a Viego with the Zephyr as well. Got 2 Vel'Koz players, so positioning can be really important coming into these last few rounds.
And Boljo's a player that we haven't really spoken a lot about, and he's actually holding on very nicely in this lobby. We had Admiration at the top. He was at that like 60 life total for most of Stage 4 and into the start of Stage 5. And now he's actually dropped off. He's at 20 HP now. His Jax board is slowly getting capped, and he's not looking for that Jax 3 right now, it doesn't look like. So it is probably as good as it's going to get with his gold. He has pushed level 9, so there is a few units that he could chuck in. But as you can see, it's just, he does get through to Master El's Vel'Koz there, and he takes it out, and that will probably be Master El's out here, which is big. You'll be hoping for as big of a HP loss, so that if Chunga goes out here as well, he gets the HP win, and he does, actually. So Chunga goes out in 3rd over Master El's in 4th, and that little points difference between the two, it's only 1 point between those 2 places, but with your OC right now, every point matters.
This is getting very, very close. I love it. 1v1, OC versus SEA, but yeah, that Zephyr really hurt the Vel'Koz. Only did 28 damage in that last fight. Just could not do anything. So, and the Jax managed to get on top of it. Here we go. Probably a couple more fights to go. We'll have to see how this Zephyr is played. What does he value to Zephyr? What's he going to take out in this fight? It's to Italy 3, really nice. There's a good start, level 9. I'm actually really liking Admiration's positioning. His board, I think he's got it. I think he wins this lobby. Yeah.
Manages to turn onto the Viego, but it looks like the Jax has found its way, getting stunned up here. The Riven stays alive, but there is no sustain left on it. The Dawnbringer is already down here, and it looks like it's going to be a close fight. Neither player is going to die from this loss here, and it's all going to come down to whether this Nidalee can end up soloing everything that's coming through, but it looks like the Dawnbringer health gain is just too much for Admiration here, and Admiration goes down to 1 hit.
Wow, that RC from the TG was huge. I have to see what items they prioritize coming to this last carousel. I have to see what Admiration goes for here. What is the value here? Is it the Trap Claw potentially? I like that item. Nice utility into this late game. Yeah, I definitely think he has the tools to win this matchup, but yeah, has to find a way to kill that Nidalee and kill the Rivens. Let's see what happens here.
And it's good because for the Jax, you know, if he puts it on that Garen, obviously he capped out his Galio with the Redeem Spat Slam, just trying to salvage some sort of HP from that last combat with a little bit more magic resist. But he can slam it on that Garen, and with that Jax now, with that one extra, I guess, CC block, he could get through, you know, that Rel stun, that Riven stun, you know, just that first little bit of CC, and that could be all he needs just to get that little tick of damage over, because the Riven lived on like 200 HP for most of that final fight.
Would you look at that? Even still, Boljo still managing to position around everything here is going to get the Karma stunned up, and it's going to be coming down to whether the Karma can out-heal this Viego. Not the case. Viego still manages to get the good stun, and it looks like this fight is going to be single-handedly won by Admiration. Now the question is, will it be a big enough loss for the fact that Boljo will get knocked out immediately? It's looking really close here, but it looks like it's just barely not going to be enough here, and both players have one final
the delay!
chance.
Oh my goodness, it's a first. Admiration doing his good form from yesterday. Won 2 games yesterday, won another lobby today with his win streak. Really bringing, you know, OCE into the game today.
And you can see him down there in his cab. He is very, very happy with that. Admiration, the first or 8th gamer from OCE. He's taken 2 firsts, he's taken 1 8th, and that is his 3rd first for the tournament. That is a very big performance from Admiration, and as you saw, if you could see in the chat, the little top there, Frosty, he did type stay free.
It looked like he had another chance. That's all I'm going to say. It looked like there wasn't enough damage on board there. It looked so close, but it looks like Admiration just out-positioning Boljo on that fight. They're managing to ideally stay free in the final stages of that game. They're really well played by Admiration, yeah. It's really interesting because from what I've learned, Chunga actually drafted Admiration as a friendly pick, because Admiration is a good friend of Chunga. And that draft has, funnily enough, turned out to be one of the most valuable things that OCE could have ever done, because Admiration has been absolutely smurfing this tournament. So, good work, I guess.
Well, will the power of friendship power OCE to a few more points and potentially a win tonight? We'll have to find out after the break. There's still 5 games to go and plenty of action, so don't go away. Welcome back to the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown presented by Order. We are one game into our 6 games of bangers tonight as Team OCE tries to chase down Team SEA's lead from yesterday. And look, they've done a pretty successful job after game 1. A big first picked up by Admiration there, Kareems. How do you think the OCE players are feeling after that one?
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good. They got first and third, so they definitely got some points back on the SCA. Really interesting placings. It was like OCE, SCA, OCE, SCA the whole way through. So interested to see how we go into game 2. You know, whether OCE can bring that momentum and really start to dig into that 20-point deficit that they had at the start of the day.
Well, they have dug at least 5 points away from Team SEA there, as the points heading into the next game is 152 to 137. That burst from Admiration, as you're talking about, is a big key one there, because the scoring system with that 10-8-7 format instead of just the 8-7-6 one, you do get a lot of value for those top 2 points, Frosty. And that ultimately, you know, when you have a player like Admiration, is very, very potent when he's getting all of these firsts.
Yeah, I'm just going to be wondering and seeing if he's going to be able to do it again. I want to see the run back. I want to see the first eighth again. You want to talk about tournament consistency? That is peak tournament consistency right there. Getting the same result 2 days in a row. I mean, if I'm in the position of Admiration, getting another first there and being pretty much racked up to the MVP of the team thus far, it's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, and as we do move in, we are joining the players at 2-1 right now. So obviously first major combat coming right up. Masterel's shop is looking pretty good. He's got that extra recon sitting in there as well. He's got the double thresh. He's probably not going to lock shop for it, but he's got that very strong Sentinel start that a lot of players have been running. It's even been that Sentinel Skirms, the Sentinels Assassins. It's just one of the best openers right now, Chris.
Yeah, definitely really solid. Also, holding on to those draconic units. Maybe looking to play A-Bomb. A-Bomb is his most played comp in this tournament, so maybe he is a designated A-Bomb player. But yeah, definitely strong opener. Will he pick up Rakan pair, or will he try and value like getting into Abomination? But like you said, this is a very strong board, so maybe he'll just stick with this and, you know, maybe play more of the tempo game.
Yeah, look, he is holding those 2 draconic units, and maybe if he wins this combat, it's a little bit different. Obviously, he can sell the set off and pick up the Rakan, so he doesn't lose all of his draconics. But you know, you are right, Master Elves, his draconic last game was pretty good, and he actually does sell that set off. So maybe he is looking to play that tempo game now.
Yeah, and just see what he goes for. Bramble option, blue buff, another Archangel, open rod is an option. Or open tier, I should say. What does he go for here?
I don't think he goes for Blue Baby or anything of the sort here. I think, if anything, it'll probably be a Chain Vest here. Bramble a little bit overall more solid. I'd say the only problem that I have with this line that Master Else has taken is that your itemization is not great to try to go into something like a mostly Sentinels based board here. You're really looking for something like that A-Bomb style. So while I don't hate picking up the second Rakan at the cost of some of your Draconics that can lead you into a composition that you're already really comfortable on, is potentially questionable.
Yeah, slams
Yeah, well,
the
he does
Archangels.
find that set again. So, you know, he sold a set, picked up a set. It's as good as you're looking for. TXE is sticking with his Nocturnes. He's actually got one already, which is pretty good. Only just with a bow, though, and it's quite early on. He is going to be that lose streak gamer for the OCE squad. Him and Atsira have been doing that most of the lobbies. So, as you were saying there, Krams, you know, it's kind of still up in the air what Master Elves is actually going to commit towards.
Yeah, he's in it. Oh, okay, so he's got the Draconic as well. Will he weaken his board with Draconics? But the problem is his win streak, and he also has Rakan. This is a very weird spot. I'm not sure what I would do here. Very hard to manage your economy. Has the 3 Draconics ready to go. What's he thinking? He's like, should I have made this or not? Will he value the Ash here?
I don't mind it all too much. It's just very hard to hit. But it looks like Master Elves is instead going to prioritize trying to go towards this Nocturne here. I'd say that's more of a denial pickup than anything else. And coming up against the Rats board of his teammate Asira here, it looks like it's going to be just fine for the time being. But I am I'm in two worlds about rats at the moment. I think they're a fine reroll composition. I don't think they're anywhere near as good as they were before. But I mean, in this, even in a team tournament like this, where you want to try to stay as open as possible, I don't know how to feel about it.
I wonder if he's just playing the rats, like just having a Tristana as an item holder there for the Nocturnes later on. Obviously, he's got the Last Whisper on it. He could just potentially pivot out of it. I don't see, after at least how the rats went yesterday, Asira fully committing to that Tristana reroll comp unless he gets, that Tristana 2 before Crux.
See, I would agree with that, but even just looking at that board, that is not a strong level 4 board to be playing. There are a lot of better options that you can go to try to make better use of those items there. And you're also playing expensive units in the fact that you're playing Tristana as well. So I don't know that I can necessarily agree with that if that is going to be the game plan.
This scouting looks like no one has really any solid direction. Got a lot of weird units running around. Got this bike pair, got the Rakan pair. I'm not sure what everyone's going for here. I'm not sure what Admiration's going for here. What can you play with a Morello open? I guess you could maybe go into Nocturne. But he's actually quite poor. Has to make 10 here. Yeah, that Rakan 2 also has a Bramble now, so everyone's just playing flex at the moment. It's like rather than no one's really forced an opener at this point.
Silly me, I forgot that Master Else is going for the classical Rakan carry. My bad. Look, guys, I'm not as experienced as I once was, alright? I'm a bit of a TFT boomer these days. But it looks like Admiration is, instead of going for that 10 gold, is going to prioritize essentially denying that Nocturne over trying to make 10 there. What do you make of that, Kiramis?
Does he ever play Nocturne from here? There's no way. So maybe he does, but that is an interesting play. It also hasn't found the early Galio, so I actually can see him play Nocturne from here, but the fact that, like you said, he chose not to make economy over taking that unit, so I guess he really is either valuing the denying it, or he actually may play it from the spot. Do you think it's plausible from here? I mean, I guess it depends on what items he hit. If he does need items for it, then he's just going to have to get rid of it.
I think maybe he was trying to pick it up for TXC as well, who has now actually pivoted away from that Nocturne that he had originally. He does have the Bloodthirster and the Ginsus, and as soon as I see those two items, I start thinking, alright, TXC here is kind of looking towards playing that, build of Aphelios, so holding on to the Nocturnes, obviously his own teammate there, but, Asira has potentially got to get that pivot out, so holding on to the Nocturne isn't necessarily the worst idea there, so I don't mind the play here between the OCE duo of TXE realizing maybe it's not a Nocturne game, maybe he's got the items that lining up perfectly for an Aphelios, and he should actually just run away with it.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see there. You gotta remember that those items can also be used on Jax as well. That's the good thing about a lot of the AD compositions at the moment, is that their itemization between them is all fairly flexible. Unlike how it was in set 5.0, where shadow items meant that there was very specific ones that you were looking for more often than not. In this set, you're easily able to flex between the majority of your AD items, as they work pretty well on a lot of different carries. So we move over to Araya here, who has a bit of an interesting board, has chosen to pick up a few Tristanas here, and looking like it's probably not going to be a carry Tristana game here. Already has that Aphelios on bench here, but Tristana too, even after the nerfs here, is still pretty strong in this composition, and especially at an earlier stage. The mana nerfs definitely hurt the ability to really allow it to pop off, but even still, a very solid unit to pick up here. You're never mad about picking up a 2-star 2-cost that can potentially carry you up to level 8 with good items on it.
Yeah, you can't be disappointed about that, but I am actually keeping an eye on Master L's board there, because he did slam the Shojin onto the Rakan. With the Shojin, the Archangel, well, maybe he is actually looking at that backwards pivot into that A-bomb comp. Not necessarily A-bomb, but he can definitely look for the Heimer carry or the Vel'Koz carry that's been very, very strong as of late. I really do like that choice from Master Ellis. He's playing very, very flexibly. He did it yesterday. He's doing it again today, Crims.
Yeah, definitely. Let's just see what Araya does here. Has the early Aphelios? Is it just an Aphelios game from here? Yep. Also found poor Hellion. Rolled a little bit. What's he going to do with his Aphelios? Does he play it? I mean, I think it's fine. He's in a position where he can go past 7, past 8, find the Ashkin, and find comp around that. I really do. I also really like these items on Aphelios. I think it is just an Aphelios game from here, I would think.
Just having a quick peek back at the sidebar there, we saw TXE actually hitting a Varus too, so maybe instead of trying to go for the Assassin, like we said before, where you mentioned the Ducky sold off the Nocturnes there, and is instead trying to go for a composition we haven't really seen a lot, but Boljo managed to play it yesterday in the Varus reroll, and I personally think that is actually a very strong composition. One that is a little bit specific to what you can hit early. After all, you want to be hitting a lot of redeemed units early to try to pivot into it. But even still, I think that that's something that is definitely an avenue where we don't see a lot of players trying to go for it, and almost just seems like the perfect storm of reroll composition to go for.
And he's got that really strong front line as well. He's hit that 4 Knight. He's got the 2-star Leo, the 2-star Poppy. That's like one of the best front lines that you could ask for right now, just to make sure that Varus gets as many of those casts off as possible. He's got the Ginsu, so he's going to be ramping up alongside with the 2 Ranger buff. It is a very, very strong board. Like, it can definitely come back from here. He's slowly stemming the bleeding off that loss streak. He's converted that loss streak into a 1 win right now, but he won't be satisfied with that. Coming up against Boljo here, a big win here against this A-bomb board will make sure that he at least goes into carousel with starting to earn that little bit of econ from the 2-win streak.
Yeah, and you see the power of this composition, especially when it gets going. I mean, this is just Varus reroll with these items here, and you can pretty much put anything on top of this, but you really want some form of sustain to go alongside with it, and a Ginsu's as well, because it's just so much damage, and you'll just keep pumping out Hail of Arrows after Hail of Arrows and continuously healing up. But we're going to go into listen in with SEE now to see exactly what is the game plan to be able to combat everything that's going on right now.
Sword?
Sword or cloak?
Nagcha-cha pa yung dalawa.
Hindi ko alam.
Magro-roll lang ako. Magro-roll ako.
All in na yan. Good luck, Asira.
Isang nocturne lang naman kailangan, di ba? Ba't yung board ko naging ano?
I love that little call there from the SEA boys saying, good luck, Asira. You see him level to 7. I bet he's rolling down all his gold now. He's on that 31 HP threshold. He is going to be trying to just hit something to play around, because his board before that carousel was not very strong. It was a smattering of knights, some brawlers. It was pretty messy, but he does have the Radiant Blessing here as well that he hasn't actually run over yet. I guess he's kind of just waiting for combat to start for that to actually happen, and he gets gold and spatula. So this has been 2 gold Divine Blessings in a row here, Crims.
Yeah, already has an assassin spat as well, so he could get 6 assassins pretty quickly. Also found the Ivan and the Nocturne too, so he should be pretty stable coming up to neutrals. Have to see what radiant item he gets, but definitely in a really good spot actually. I can see his level 7 board just being dominating the entire lobby.
This is good here for TXE as well. We were talking about him being on 50 HP, having to slowly build that win streak. Coming against Chungu there. Chungu had the extra rod slammed onto the Vel'Koz there. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that Frosty when there's just the 3-6 armory coming right around the corner.
I don't mind it. Chungu is in a pretty good spot right about now and has the ability to find a decent frontline item, which I believe he's lacking quite a lot. So, as I mentioned before, typically a lot of the time you'll see these players tend to prioritize trying to go towards a backline item more often than not. But you got to remember, a lot of these frontline items are extraordinarily strong. For example, Sunlight Cape having insane range. The more evil Nomicon here, the more Ella Nomicon. I guess I'm the first person to do a shadow whoopsie thus far.
I think so. We managed to get through most of the games, but I'll give it to you because you didn't actually call it a shadow item. You just said it by the shadow item name.
Innocent mistake, you know. even still, we see Asura coming up against this team by Master Else, who has been on that 10-win streak. And looking at everything that's going on this board, it looks like Asura did manage to pick up that Radiant rapid fire cannon here, and it seems to be doing a lot of work. And it's just so hard for Asura to punch through this Rakan. It's doing a lot of work, and that's a big loss. Not really what you want to be seeing at all. Asura is coming down to that really dangerous territory now. It's going to be a big roll down come 4-1.
The Nocturne was just locked onto that Rakan, and it just can't break through the Bramble Vest. Just removing the crit damage from it, just constant reflection. It's just so hard to break through it. And look, he took 13 HP loss there. He's heading into the neutrals at sub 20 HP. It is looking like 2 back-to-back games for Asura where it just doesn't quite... He managed to pull it back last game, but it feels like this game he's just not got enough left in the tank rounds.
Yeah, that was a really bad loss in a spot of the game where you'd expect him to, almost be win streaking, but to take such a bad loss, stuck on that Bramble. Looks like everyone's going to be rolling at this stage as well. Interested to see what Master Else does here. He is hard win streaking, but he also probably wants to go away, and looks like he is going to slowly pivot into what looks to be a Heimerdinger comp from here. We're talking about the Rakan reroll, but he's picking up the Abomination units. Looks like he does want to play Heimerdinger from the spot, potentially even Vel'Koz as well, depending on what he hits.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart identification, though. With the Heimerdinger 1 nerfs, Heimerdinger 1 doesn't feel like it stabilizes you at all nowadays because of that 50 damage nerf to the base level 1. So typically you'll see a lot of players still holding onto Vel'Koz more often than not, but heck, I really love this adaptation of putting on the Rakan here and just letting that be your carry for the time being. As we switch over to Boljo, who is doing a wonderful job at denying Asura those handy-dandy Nocturnes that they're so desperately looking for the time being, and is starting to get relatively close at hitting that Varus 3 as well. And that's just, you gotta say, that's just so annoying for Asura here. There's 3 Nocturnes on bench.
It takes really pushing for the roll down here. He does kind of want to move off this level right now. He's on level 6. Board is slowly falling behind. He's really rolling heavy for these Varuses, and I don't mind this right now because he kind of recognizes the point they needed in. He needs to get off level 6 as fast as possible, but you need to keep rolling at level 6 to get your 2-cost carries up. So, he's trying. He's at 7 out of 9 now. He's going into next turn with 30 gold. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see him commit down to 0 if he loses this combat.
Fortunately, running into the teammate Angora here, who does have a really strong board, has that Lucian already made, already has that Rel too, but it looks like the consistent damage output from the Varus is just all too much for the time being. Unless a miracle happens here, which not looking like it's going to be happening, Varus just still managing to clutch in a good loss for Angora, but even still, it's starting to get a little bit shaky for the OCE side. But as I say that, TXE hits a Varus 3. So, what, scrap that, he's in a good spot now.
That is a big hit for TXE. He really needs to get off this level 6 as fast as possible, getting that Varus in now. Sure, it's 4-3, maybe a couple of rounds later than he would have liked Karams. But at least it's in. He does push right away for that level 7 and puts in the Vel'Koz for the 3 redeemed, which is very, very handy power spike for this carry Varus.
Oh yeah, definitely huge spike here. See if we can dodge this Nocturne, but yeah, really strong. Level to 7. Like you said, it would have liked it a few turns ago, but definitely in a really good spot. He definitely can win the lobby from this position. Just got to make sure he does position around, these assassin players, but look how strong it is. 4 unit win against that Nocturne player. Really, really powerful. It's going to be hard to beat from here.
And this is really smart play from the OCE team. Like, Asura is pushing for that Nocturne. It's been the comp that he went to yesterday. It's been the comp that he went to before. Now he's actually being hard contested by not 1 but 2 of the OCE players who are just holding the Nocturnes on bench. So let's hear the OCE boys, TXE, and what has he got to go for at this carousel?
I need sold more than my life. Holy shit.
I'll just take Jax.
Is he gonna take sword here?
Just pretend that you don't want it. Go for the bow. Nice.
Got him.
Got him.
Wait, why does...
Okay, it's lit. It's lit. It's lit. we're still playing Kha'Zix and a Hike, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You see any
Just hit.
Velcos, Chuma?
Just hit.
Yeah, I need Velcos.
You should wait. You should tell me before you roll. Playing so much.
Nice. This is so good, guys.
He's
I hit, I
three
hit, I
off.
hit, I hit.
Nice,
Wait,
nice.
hold Nocturnes. It's two off. One off.
I'm holding, I'm holding.
One off,
Yeah.
one off, so one off.
I'm
Alright,
holding,
can someone kill him?
I versed
Hopefully.
him last round. So.
Hopefully.
Chagora with a bramble.
I'm three Angora. I'm three Angora. What? I'm three
Oh,
Iron.
you reached it to me.
Oh,
I
he
got
Jax
shit
is
on, I got shit
dead.
on.
Oh, this is such a bad
I
loss.
should have been positioning for him.
Wait, it's a good loss for whoever. Bramble Avon.
More like Master L. Am I right, guys?
Using the joke again, mate.
Oh,
It's a
God.
joke I make with his name.
One more. Oh,
Yo.
It is a little bit of banter there from the OCE boys. There's a lot of energy there that wasn't necessarily there yesterday. I really like that little call there, although that Angora can't edge off the win against Asira. They were calling that he's one Nocturne away from that Nocturne 3, which is a huge power spike for Asira's comp there. But you know what? There's a lot of energy in that comp, and it's actually really interesting hearing the two kind of different tones in the listen-ins that we've had so far. The SEA listen-in, I think, Frosty, was a little bit flat compared to what it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, and honestly, the Seamen have not been having the best of goes. I must admit, starting off with an 8, it looks like we're gonna be seeing either Bolger or Asira also trying to go for a desperation move here. But I mean, you just look around and you see at all these boards, there's so many Nocturnes being held, and in Asira's position, you don't really have the luxury of trying to wait it out for one of these players to die, because you're that player. You're in that position where if you don't win, you die. So you pretty much have to send it every turn and just hope to get lucky.
Yeah, and it is Boljo now dropping in below Asira, which is basically how it worked last game, except last game it was for Arai, who dropped in below Asira, who's managing to now start to get that win streak off. We do see TXE up against Master L's, but Master L's is not taking that Master L that we heard in the OC voice comms there against TXE, who is continuing to yo-yo, and right now, like, in TXE's position, Kareem, yo-yoing is probably the last thing that you want.
Yeah, definitely. As we go to Master L, like we're talking about, looks like, is he going a fast 9 angle? What is he doing right now? I guess he might. No, he sends it next turn for sure. This board's about to hit a wall, I think. But I don't know. Would you fast 9 here, Frosty? I think it was is fast 9 a meme?
I think it depends on team communication here, right? So I think that in Master Earl's position, if you have been facing a lot of your teammates, then I think you can reasonably hold back here. Just try to fast 9 for a little bit. And it looks like putting that money into the leveling here, Master Earl's at 91 HP is going to be fast 9ing, but it's a really interesting choice, as you mentioned there, Krams, because I don't think it is as simple as some people may say in this position, because you might just see the look and you might go, kind of just need to try to find a Vel'Koz, because this Rakan is going to fall off very quickly.
Yeah, he's gonna find it hard to kill units with this board. I think he's just got to bide his time and explode a level 9 here. But I don't know. Whenever I go fast 9, I go fast 8 straight afterwards. So be interested to see how he manages his economy throughout the stage.
His transition is helped out by the fact that if he does decide to opt for the Vel'Koz board, he has like the 3 Abomination on bench there with the Brand and the Nunu. So as long as he hits the Volley Bear to help out with the Rev when he hits 9, and then he can start fleshing that out with units like Gwen, he's in a pretty good spot when it comes down to econ, but he has just knocked out one of his teammates, Boljo, and Asira goes out in the same turn. That is 7th, 8th for SEA, and TXE holding on for just one more turn. Even if he goes 60th, that is still a massive win for OCE.
Yeah, for sure. And I was talking about how he's going to kill units with this board, and that Fiddlesticks with the Morello just did, was it 8k damage? And he actually won the fight, so that's a big win for him. He's definitely just going to fast 9. He's going to be really hard to stop if he can start getting some of these 2-star legendaries in the late game.
Yeah, but this SEA comp is now really, really relying on Master Elves to pull out not just like a top 4 this game or a top 2. He really needs to go first this game, Frosty, with the 7-8 going out traded. Like, a first here for Master Els would definitely help stem the bleeding somewhat in the points, but if you only falls to like even just like a third, that does spell bad news for SEA.
Oh, definitely. And this is probably going to be the first of what we see as some of the worst losses that we've seen yet. I mean, managing to get the second cast off here, this is a big one, but fortunately takes a full unit loss to Angora here, and TXE goes out in 6th, so we're going to see just how patient is Master Els feeling. You know, just how deep are we going to go? Are we going to try to save up for the most economy possible? I kind of feel like it's a 1st or 8th maneuver, personally, right? I feel like if you see Angoran Admiration at such a high health total as well, you kind of have to feel like if you don't make a big move here and you fail to try to be as strong as possible in the end game, then you're just going to fall short. So I kind of dig it. I want to see him hold on until potentially after Carousel Heck, maybe stage 6, but that's a little bit risky.
I mean, the thing that Master Els has going for him is he knows that the Divine Blessing, the Stimmy, is going to come in. It's a gold and a spatula this game. So even if he does, like, you know, take a few rounds, as soon as he hits below that 40 HP threshold, he's going to have that instant boost to be able to roll down, find his unit level ups. If he hasn't actually hit his level 9 there, he can still push for it. So it's not actually the end of the world when it comes down to how his econ is shaping out. Some of the items here, like the Vel'Koz with decap here, he'll, Master Els would be like, oh, that would be a very, very nice pickup. Chunga here, I just had a quick look at his board earlier as well. He is actually going for that Spellweaver Fiddlesticks board, so the Spellweaver spat is very, very clutch for him.
Definitely. And we saw a little bit of Spellweaver Fiddlesticks yesterday, actually clutching out the lobby in Angora's possession there. So I really want to see everyone else try to get a little bit of a hold onto it. I think Master Els is doing a great job, though, for the time being. Still has 3 Fiddlesticks to try to deny it, and Fiddlesticks 1, bit of a menace. Fiddlesticks 2, on the other hand, is a problem for the OCE side. So I think that in Master Els' position, he's got the most important job in this lobby right now, where Master Els needs to be denying these potential win conditions from the OCE squad. As we come into this combat here, though, against Admiration, it looks like he's got his work cut out from this stacked Jax. Has been wrecking the entire board, and it looks like he's not going to be able to cut through the Viego. Looks like Master Els is inching ever so closer towards that critical point. Angora's already hit the Stimmy, and it looks like there's been a few little matchups against each other from the OCE side, just trying to find this Jax 2. Angora is really praying at the moment, finds the Jax 2, and that's a massive pickup. Do you really think this stabilizes him, Kiramis, or do you think that there's just needs a little bit more?
I feel like just looking at the boards running around, I feel like this is definitely, you know, top 4 angle. I don't think he can win the lobby with this current board. It just depends on positioning, you know, how can he get the Jax, the maximum value out of this Jax. So as you can see, he's just getting stuck on the front line here. How does he ever get this Vel'Koz? Jax is hanging in there, though. Jax does not want to die. His Bloodthirst is doing a lot of work, actually. Can he get to the Vel'Koz in time? This Jax is getting thrown around a little bit. This Jax just refuses to die right now. Oh, can he get there in time? Oh my, that 13k damage from the Jax. Wow, I guess it does stabilize him a little bit. I thought it was going to be hard for him, but yeah. Really, really clutch 1v10 from the Jax there. As we see this is going to be a huge transition from Master Els. Went for the fast 9. Is he going to do a bit of a roll now, or is he going to wait a bit longer? He gets a huge amount of money. There's the Gwen. There's 2 Kales, which is a bit of a bait. I have to see what he goes for here.
Well, this is the exact game plan that we kind of expected to see out of Master Els. It was a question of if he could actually hold on long enough to get that fast 9 board out. And the Stimmy came in, he was able to just sell board ahead of the neutral here. And he's gotten himself a good reward with some nice items. And now he's got plenty of gold to roll down with his pickup Heimerdinger as well. That's a potential additional to that board. He's even pushing for the Heimer 2 now. He's hit 6 Vel'Kozes. He's got the Nico's help on bench as well. So he's only 2 Vel'Kozes away from hitting that Vel'Koz 3. And that is an absolutely massive power spike and the best pivot Master Els could have ever hoped for, Frosty.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, just looking at this board here, I think that if you can just get one turn to solidify this roll down here, you're in such a good position. But even still, you see Master Earls is desperately just trying to fumble around the board here, just trying to find some way of stabilizing this as coming up against the ghost of Angora for the time being. We saw just how much work that Jax was doing before, but it looks like the Daisy squad is going to be pushing up for Angora's ghost. And honestly, Master Earls is in such a good position now. As long as Araye can hold on against the OCE squad, I'd say the Seamen are standing strong.
I'm pretty sure that like maybe the Vel'Koz 3 might be a bit harder to hit because I'm pretty sure Chunga's just also contesting him on that comp, but even then, Benika's help on bench is such a super helpful thing for him. Admiration here also pushing for that 9 bod now. He's still sticking in with the Jax there. He did pick up the F2 though, so you know there's a potential here that he actually just full pivots into that Ranger board now, Grims.
Yeah, interesting board. Has the Affiliates 2, Naked Affiliates 2 also has the 3-item Jax. Will he get away from that Jax like you mentioned? Needs to start stabilizing this board, otherwise he will find himself in a bit of trouble. But I still think this Jax can sustain a little bit longer. But yeah, like you said, he needs to sort of get his board settled and push for that win.
Yeah, it looks like the fully stacked Aphelios from Araye is just allowing him to hang on, and Angora is out in 5th, so the Seamen have stood strong here. It is going to be the battle between the two for the time being, as it just seems like Admiration's board is really starting to fall off at this point. I really feel like this fully capped board from Master L's here, and heck, even Araye's board is just looking a little bit too strong for them to be able to deal with. And as you mentioned there, Ducky, having the Vel'Koz be contested here is such a dagger in the side of Master L's, where you'd pretty much be able to guarantee a win if you were able to hit the Vel'Koz 3. The line just doesn't seem like it's there, especially since Chunga is just not dying. But this is a critical matchup here, folks. Seeing if who's going to be going out here. Is Admiration going to be taking down the big board from Master Earls? And it just looks like there's just way too much stuff here. Master Earls literally flooding the board, and Admiration will be going out. We'll see who takes it down. Chunga loses, and we're going to go into a seat to see what the final plan is.
Ivern.
Yeah, Ivern to. Ivern 3 ba? O Vel'Koz 3 din ako eh.
Ivern na lang.
Heimer na lang, Heimer na lang.
Oh, Heimer. Okay din.
Ngayon, paano ko tatalunin si Els?
I'm gonna roll. I need one more Vel'Koz.
Same game. Let's go.
Dito lang ako, Els
Okay.
Hindi kailangan iwasan niya ano niya eh.
Ang Vel'Koz niya?
Hindi, kahit iwasan mo, patay ka.
Fidel?
Hindi, kailangan ng position ng marami kong mapapatay. Iwasan mo yung Vel'Koz, iwasan mo yung Bolivar, iwasan mo yung Fido.
So you did hear there from Master Elves that he only needs one more Vel'Koz because of that Nico's help on bench there. He did find one on the roll down there, but Chunga contesting on this comp is so difficult. And with Chunga, the final OCE player left in this lobby, is facing off now against that Vel'Koz mirror matchup. He did pick up the Banshee's Claude, which will help stop the first spell, and he does actually manage to take down Master Elves Vel'Koz first. And typically in these Vel'Koz versus Vel'Koz battles, the Vel'Koz who falls first is typically the one that loses, Frosty.
Yeah, that is typically the case here, but there is one final savior in the Heimerdinger too, and we're going to be able to see, is it going to be able to take it down? Second turret comes down, and it looks like Master Earls has barely clutched it out, but that damage is not going to be enough. 10 base damage. Chunga's got one final lease at life here for the OCE squad, and I want to say there's potential here, but when Master Earls is one off of a Vel'Koz 3, it almost just feels like inevitability is on the side of SEA. So it's a rough spot to look in, but I mean, maybe we can listen in on Chunga and see exactly what the plan is here to be able to clutch out the rest of this game.
Yes.
Nice.
Please.
Oh my.
Please. Okay, it's just no Sunfire Death. Holy fuck.
GG. 3, 4,
Dude,
5,
this
6.
guy.
Fuck.
The one time we beat him was his fucking ghost.
Obviously didn't go to plan there. We heard Chunga going out there 3, 4, 5, 6 for the OCE boys. And this is probably the best case scenario for SEA as well. We talked about how they lost 2 players very early on. And now that they've managed to stay alive with both Araye running it back with a massive win streak, he's been keeping that up for basically 2 stages now. And Master L's now freed up to potentially push for that last ditch Vel'Koz 3-ball to Kareem's. This is about the best case scenario that the SEA boys could have hoped for.
Yeah, definitely. He has 6 Ivans and 6 Vel'Koz in a great spot. Interesting note there, he took out his Fiddlesticks temporarily because he thought he might be playing against his teammate there. So he's like, I don't want to damage him too much. I want to at least try to get my teammate into second place. So he took out the Fiddlesticks, put in the second brand, made himself weaker, lost the fight because of it, but pretty much ensured a second place. So now they've got first and second from SCA this game. But looks like, yeah, we've got 2 SCAs versus each other. I can't see Master L's losing with this board. Just 2 capped, like you mentioned. Yeah, and he looks like he's 1 off Squid 3 now. There is a Squid gonna Nico the Squid against his teammate in the last fight, just for the memes. But yeah, looks like Master L's will take out this game with that Vel'Koz 3.
I just love the little bit of, the camaraderie that goes on here. Even though you could see Araye just conceding the game as the massive laser comes down, you still see him playing it out just for the sake of allowing him to play with a 3-star Vel'Koz. As we see Master L's taking down game number 2, SE managing to clutch it out from what seems a little bit of a precarious position there. Starting off by going 7th and 8th. Managing to claw their way back with first and second there.
Yeah, and it was a very, very big pickup for the SEAs. Like you said, they needed those points from those 2 guys. They were the 2 guys we were highlighting throughout that lobby, and Araye and Master L's played that lobby absolutely perfectly to make sure that they could stem the bleeding somewhat, Kareem's. Now we're heading into the 3rd and final game, and the 6th game for these teams heading after the break. Oh, it's going to be a tight one to call, isn't it, Kareem's?
Yeah, definitely. Like you mentioned, that first place is really valuable. It gives them the 10 points, and for SEA to take first and second in that game, that's going to sort of stem the lead that OCE was catching up last game. So SEA is in a great spot. 3rd and final game. Interested to see how it goes going forward.
Well, the 8 players that you saw in that last game, they have 1 more battle against each other before we have the group swap halfway through. So be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere because there will be more TFT action after the break. and welcome back to the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown presented by Order. We are heading into our third game just around the corner here, Frosty. But let's break down that game 2 a little bit because it was I think it was the tightest game we have had all weekend long.
Yeah, no, these two games thus far have been neck and neck. It's honestly been a little bit refreshing, These matches have been a little bit one-sided. It's almost felt, like OC Group A was just getting crushing it, and then C Group B was crushing it. So seeing the two Titans come up against each other has been really good, and you can see that reflected in the scores where it's only been a 1-point gain in total for the SEA squad here. The Seaman standing strong for this point of the race here, but they've still got to go through the last few games here, and to finish up the group strong would be a big deal for either team. Being able to either claw it back or being able to get a massive lead here, we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, Grams, there's no better way to segue that. How do you think it's actually going to go, having seen the first two games here? It is obviously the last game these two groups will be playing before we have the halftime swap. Do you see that maybe is going to be another close, tense game, or do you see maybe one of the squads pulling ahead?
Yeah, I think the game's been really close. That game, all the OCs were 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's how they play. So if they can start pushing, more of those first two ranks, then, they'll go a long way to catching up to SEA.
Well, Admiration has broken his streak of being a first or eighth gamer. He'll probably want to get back on that trade and the good at books this game, and we'll find out as we onboard with him right away to start off the third game of the night, and it is the last matchup between the OCE Group A boys and the SEA Group B boys. Just to recap the teams, if you are joining us here right now, the OCE boys in this group are Chunga, Angora, TXC, and Admiration, whereas they are facing off against the SEA Group B team of Arai, Asira, Boljo, and Masterels. Both of these teams have been the standout teams of this weekend so far. They dominated their mirror matchups yesterday, and now having them face-to-face again in this final matchup is going to be an absolute barn burner, Frosty.
Oh, absolutely. I just wanted to do a quick little tangent here and just say Admiration looking real fine today. Looking like a bit of a snack, if I personally say so myself. Bit of a cutie there, but tangent aside, yeah, this is going to be a really close one, and I want to see Chunga or TXC pop off this game. TXC I can understand, because TXC has got a very specific role in the team where, a lot of the time it's not going to allow him to really show his strength off as a player, but Chunga, I feel, I've had a really strong game last game, but hasn't really been the carry for the team that we really expected coming into this event, so I really want to see Chunga just clutch it out this game.
Well, he has been a little bit consistent today. He's a bit better than he's showing yesterday. He's gone 2/3 in a row here, Krams. And, we talked about Chunga quite highly, Sure, there is the memes around Tawny Chunga all the time. Like, he did manage to break that curse somewhat at the recent Mid-Set Invitational. But he's now slowly finding that form. And, if he can back up his first the first 2/3 from earlier today with a second or a first, that he's going to really put the OC team in good stead for when they do the swap over after this game.
Yeah, definitely someone to look out for. Chunga, a lot of people, like you said, talk about his tournament results, but he has shown at MSI that, he can bring it when it's really required, So definitely something to look out for. Obviously, Admiration's been the win streak player. Oh, TXC actually selling his board for 20 gold there. Really nice. Going for that loss streak. But yeah, it looks like he's just going to go hard loss streak into this carousel here.
I think this is the first pure open fort, no units. I think we saw like a 1-unit open fort yesterday. I think that's the first pure open fort, Frosty.
Yeah, tried to take a bit of a risky move here, trying to calculate that they would be coming up against the Sierra here as well, but unfortunately doesn't pay off, runs into Angora, who is looking very strong over on the other side of the table there with an Olaf to a strong Sentinels board, and yeah, it looks like it's probably going to just be an open fort for the time being, though Asira perhaps going to be deviating from the strategies that we usually see, hitting an early Thresh 2, which may lend itself into a potential Hellion game.
And I do like that little adaptation that we just saw from TXC there, is he took all the one costs off, and then he just looked over at a serious board and went, wait a second, that looks like a Hellion board. Goes back, picks up the Lulu from his shop, because the Lulu was one of the very key units of that Hellions board. You look towards the cannons, the Tristanas obviously, but the Lulu is there as well. Very good CC for that board, Karams. And even though we've been saying it all weekend long, Rats has been nerfed, it's not as good as it once was. If you can hit all the units early enough with good items, it's still going to get you a top 4.
Yeah, definitely. Saw Master Elves as well. He had 4 Hellions as well. So look at this, 4 Hellions from Master Elves, the winner of last game. But yeah, like you said, if you can hit the Hellions early enough and hit the Rats early enough, doesn't matter what comp you're playing. If you hit it in a timely manner, then you're going to do well. So have to see what they go for in this carousel. Will they stick with the Hellions, or will they try and get a later direction?
Yeah, but looking over at Angora's board here, who is quite strong at the moment, still managing to take, a 3-win streak into the carousel here. He's probably going to just try to cement the power. He's probably communicating with teammate Chunga as to what exactly they want to be picking up here. Chooses to pick up a Chain Vest. And, that one's just particularly interesting. I think if that's the case, you're more than likely going to just be straight up slamming the Sunfire Cape, putting it on either that Olaf or the Aurelia potentially. I'd say it's more likely the Aurelia simply because she just doesn't die. But even still, I love this adaptation here. Angora has been, throughout this tournament, a very strong win streak player. And, I think just continuing to allow Angora to play to his strengths here is really going to work out and just may be good enough for the OCE side.
An early Rail from Master Elves is really hitting a strong board. Have to see if Angora's Sunfire Slam will pay off and help him win streak in the neutrals here.
It is the Kled carry here as well, the Kled holding the items. He's got the Last Whisper, he's got the Hodge right now, and it is absolutely just tearing through, but it doesn't actually sustain through that last little hit from the Lee Sin. But is it going to be enough? I think so. I don't see a world where Angora manages to win from here. The Tristana jumping across the board, and that is huge for the SEA squad, being able to knock down that OC win streak player. Not only that, but Angora also, Admiration also took a loss there. So those were the 2 OC players who were on 3 wins apiece heading into Carousel, now losing their win streak just before neutrals, Frosty.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have a similar start to the one that we saw last game, where Boljo and Asira are going to be down in the bottom 2. TXC also joining them as well. It's almost deja vu. But you can bet your skin that Master Elves is really happy being able to take away that win streak from Angora here. Coming up against Chunga, this isn't necessarily an important match for the standings or being able to deny win streaks coming in, but heck, you'd still probably want to win it, right? Every little bit of health matters.
I was waiting for the bar bet. You got it out in game 1 yesterday. It took you a few games to get it out today, but it's finally out. All the Frosty memes are coming.
Don't rush me, we'll get there.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got plenty more prep from yesterday. All the guys listening back to the cast are like, wait, Frosty, forgot this one. Then this one.
Well, I try to remember as many of them as I possibly can, but I'm only human, right? Master Elves, funnily enough, finds themselves in a pretty interesting position here, right? So this is going to lend itself to be a very different style of Master Elves game where, you gotta admit, we have been seeing a lot of Vel'Koz or a lot of late game style strategies from Master Elves. I believe the only other strategy that we really saw was something of a Yasuo game from them yesterday, but with that Last Whisper Slam here, this is going to encourage something incredibly different. We see a tier on the bench here, so it's going to end up being a very interesting style of game. We might be able to see a Jax come out this game if they want to see a blue buff come down. But it's still, I'm not so certain on just how strong that's going to potentially be here. I think that we've got to wait and see because you only really want 1 tier item. And the only other option that I see here is a Frozen Heart. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, he does have the Reforger on bench there as well, so like he can craft it into something else. And I was actually going to pick your brains about that Grim as well. Is like he's got the Last Whisper. Obviously, it's been one of the most flexible items that we've seen. Basically, been prevalent in most comps that don't run Vilcos or Heimerdinger in this tournament so far. So Master Elves is still keeping his options open with quite a flexible item slam early on here onto this Kled, who is a very good holder of these items, very much slept on.
Yeah, definitely in a really flexible position, which is a bit different to what we've been seeing. Like Frosty mentioned, 4 out of 5 of his games so far have been that A-Bomb Valkos mix. So, like you said, he does have flexible items here. He's probably just going to wait and see all of his items and then go, okay, what don't I need? I will forge the items I don't need. And then what units am I hitting? So it'd be interesting to see him play a bit more flexibly and maybe get away from that Valkos and see what else he has in store.
Yeah, as we had a quick look in over an Admirations board there, who is not in first place, funnily enough. But we had a quick little peek in there, and it looks like Admiration will be trying to go for something of that Riven start there. An immediate Bloodthirster slam onto the Ruin pretty much cements that idea here. I would have loved to have seen it slam straight onto the UD here, because we're more than likely going to be getting rid of the UD sooner rather than later, and personally I think it's just barely a better carry for the time being, but even still I can see the idea. You kind of want this Riven left alive for as long as possible, and I mean, it's a close fight. Irelia is trying as hard as they can, but the Nidalee just dodging out, and we're going to be going into Carousel with a fairly healthy looking OCE squad here. After this next round.
Frosty can't count, apparently.
I cannot count. There's a reason why I'm on the caster desk here and not actually playing. It's because mathematics are actually just impossible for me.
Who was that with the slam there with the Assassin Spat? Yeah, it is looking at TXC there with the Assassin Slam plus the Last Whisper. You know what that is? That's a blender comp in the making. He's at 49 gold right now, though. TXE. I mean, not 49 gold, 49 HP. So, that is a little bit, of a tricky position to be in. Takes a heavy loss here. He'll be getting the Stimmy at 3-5. And, he'll probably be the first player in the lobby who's actually going to get it. And that really could dictate where his board is. And, we had some absolutely massive Stimmies yesterday. 2 rates. I think it was dropped twice in the first 2 games. But we've had 2 gold stimmies so far, and if he doesn't get necessarily something that's good for him to stabilize his board here, like it has been for the last couple of games where it's been good for the lose streak players to get that influx of gold at the right point, we will be able to figure out what actually happens there. But as we head into this carousel, we will not be talking about OC. We'll actually be hearing from the SEA boys and exactly deviating this game plan.
Or yung
Need
rel.
belt. Need belt. Sige, akin Galio.
Kasi kung gusto mo yung rel ko, hindi ko naman yung... Oh, fuck, wala.
Hindi ko crit ko. Hindi
It's
sword.
okay. It's okay.
Kasi pili ko
I
may
need
spot
skills,
yung
Radiant Deathblade or
May spot
something.
yung may spot yung...
Wait, Steamy ah.
Oh, may spot yung Steamy.
Oh, yeah, Stimmy.
Feeling mo lang yan.
Kumaha siya ng Frozen.
Hindi pa siya
It's
gumagawa.
not one of the
I
it's not one of the SEA boys getting the stimmy there, but they're
Bro,
both they're all
fucking
keeping keen eyes on TXE's board right there. Hasn't picked up the stimmy yet. He's still flexing around trying to figure out what he actually wants to play. He does pick it up, and it is a Nikos and a Reforger, which is a bit of a rough pickup. And like we we're saying, that's the thing with stimmies, is sometimes they're good and sometimes they're not, Frosty.
Yeah, that is not the stimmy that TXE is looking for here at all. In these sorts of positions, when you're trying to roll down for a lot of these reroll compositions, you almost rely on trying to have as much extra gold as possible here. And so while the Nico is pretty neat, might end up saving you 10 gold to try to find this extra copy of Nocturne. Unfortunately, the flexibility here is just not it. And so TXE is unfortunately finding themselves in a very rough position heading into stage 4 here. It's already almost in potentially 2-hit range if fights keep going as poorly as they are.
Well, he has one last chance of redeeming himself and his board, and he's got the Radiant Armory here. A couple good items, the Ginsus, the Zeeks there, especially when you're looking at this Assassin's Batsland. He really wants to try and find this Nocturne, but he actually is just having absolutely zero luck actually getting it. The Ginsus is a nice pickup for now, but TXE is going to have to hit. and hit quickly, he's got until about 4-1 until he's actually just got to go out in a fast 8 here, Rams.
The blue baby! The blue baby! We're finally seeing it being picked up here. The blue baby pickup from Array is going to be really big. It's a really interesting one. We don't see it being picked up all too often. Instead, usually a prioritization on, finding better AP items there. But, I mean, getting an extra 30 mana per cast here, and that extra AP on top of it, unfortunately, you'd think that it would lend itself to being picked more often, but it finds itself being a little bit of a niche pick.
And it's interesting that he put it on the Sejuani there. So, Krems, like, what do you think about the, like, obviously, the blue buff, the Radiant blue buff isn't necessarily one of the most popular items right now, like Frosty just said, but on the Sejuani, that's a lot of tank stats and a lot of recasting that makes it really hard to get through, even if you have an item like a Last Whisper.
Yeah, 2k damage, 3 Cavalier plus Knife Ring Spat, constant stuns. It's gonna be, it provides good frontline, and it's just gonna be really hard to kill. The Nightbringer shield as well. It's just gonna be, it just provides really strong frontline. But yeah, like you said, I'm not a huge fan of the Radiant blue buff. Obviously, Frosty is married to it or something. He loves it, but I want to see it in action. I haven't seen it a lot. I haven't used it a lot, to be honest. So looking forward to seeing how this transitions into the late game.
Memes, my good lad. That's where I'm at. Just doing my honest work here of memeing around on the cast. But as you mentioned it, Keramis, I was going to ask you this question here because I'm personally unsure as to what the plan from Array is. Where do you want to go with this blue buff? Now, I could see if you managed to put it on the Yasuo here, that's a pretty interesting strategy, right? Like, you can just go straight for that, but it's not going to be that strong. So, what exactly is Array trying to do with these items here?
Well, you're married to the blue buff. I'm married to Aphelios. I'm biased. I love Aphelios. I think he can play from here. He saw the Nico in the Stimmy. It's pretty much guaranteed to see it. Maybe go for Ashkin as well. But he does also have 4 Yasuos, but I don't think he ever plays Yasuo from the spot. Obviously, it is contested here. But I would play Aphelios.
I'm just going to throw this out here. We saw it happen once yesterday.
Yep.
And it didn't pan out too well. But does he reforge the blue buff?
Oh.
I gotta say, if it wasn't on the Sejuani, maybe. But since the Shroud is on Sejuani here, it makes me think that Array has got a plan. Now, what that plan is, I have no idea. But as we see this Aphelios being picked up, maybe it's a Radiant blue buff onto Akshan. Something of the sort, try to get him swinging around a little bit more reliably here, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we do see that TXE is on that Nocturne. He's finally hit it, and he's got that Assassin Spat on, but he's still waiting for... He's got the Viego in as well, but he's still on that 5 Assassin just purely on his level. Hasn't been able to fit it in the 6 Assassin yet, which is that massive power spike for the Nocturne, and he is being contested. I think it is by Boljo this game instead of Asira, who has been the typical Nocturne player, and that is correct, because Asira is actually full committing to the Rats comp.
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all. It didn't do very well yesterday, did it? I think only one time it got top 4, so interesting to see if he can get a top 4 with it in this game. But...
I think it went exactly 4th as well. I'm pretty sure that was Esh's game. Esh's last game, he played the Rats board and got a 4th with it and that was after a really solid opener with it as well. So, it hasn't actually had the best of success this weekend, Frosty, but, he's sitting there, he's very close to the Kennen 3, as well as the Tristana 3. And the thing with that reroll comp, and you love pressing that D button, brother, is making sure that you hit all your 3 stars at the right times, so that then you can keep your leveling curve nice.
You know me too well. We should be soulmates, but I don't want to make Twig jealous. It is a bit interesting here. I think Asir has fallen into a bit of a trap that you'll see a lot of players that aren't so familiar with the Rats comp nowadays, in that he has just purely got damage onto the Tristana. Now with the Hellion nerf and the Rocket Jump nerf, you'll see that Tristana's attack speed is a lot lower nowadays, so trying to really make use of the Tristana and getting it jumping around a lot more often is a lot more tough, and with this sort of composition, it just feels like it's really underwhelming. You almost feel like you need Insus for it. But I gotta say, it doesn't feel like a winning move from Asira, right? Like, you're not hitting your Tristana 3 with 30 health left at this point, and I almost feel like if you don't win out from here on out, you're just going to take continuous losses and go out in 8.
Do you think that it was just like a move brought on by desperation? Is it he's seen that, like, look, Boljo hit the Nocturnes before him, he's got very similar items, and now TXE is going to Nocturnes, and so he's playing this Rats comp to try and hang on for dear life, hope TXE goes out early. And, like, the difference, obviously, 7th is not good. It's still 2 points over the 1 point for 8th, though. Do you think the Rats is just something to just hold on? He knows that he's not going to get a top 4, but at least a 7th or a 6th is better than an 8th?
That just does not seem like a good strategy, I have to say. You know, I feel like if you're playing to go 7th in a situation like this, then that is just not the right mindset to be in here. I can't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally understandable. It's just like a case of, like, look, when he's at his board right now with the kind of gold gen that he has, it's like, what can you actually get going? And it's just like nothing's actually falling his way. His Nocturne, which has been a serious go-to comp, he would have found a lot of success with it yesterday, hasn't found the same success today. He has just hit the Tristana 3 though, which would be a very key pickup, and I think that's the Cannon 3 as well. So those are 2 huge upgrades heading into the rest of the combats here. And that might be able to just stem the bleeding a little bit and potentially push for that 5th or even a top 4.
Definitely. And now this is a critical win for TXE here. If you're able to clear off this board, just being able to stay alive and potentially get your way into finding all of your items. And, you know, in TXE's position, unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of just being able to, you know, try to wait out for the other Assassin's player to die, because you are now playing in that position where you are either rolling or you are dying. But even still, looking at TXE's board here, it is not all too bad. You know, it's not a game-winning sort of a thing. You know, but you still have a Viego. You have an Assassin's Bat here. Overall, I'd say this board looks solid. Where would you say that you think that this would finish up more often than not, Kiramis?
Well, just looking around, I'm just trying to think, like, who does he lose to? And if he loses to 1 or 2 players, then it's, you know, it's going to be an 8th. But if he can win streak in stage 5, I can see this going top 6. Like you said, he does have the Assassin's Spat, 6 Assassins with the Viego, 3 out of Nocturne. Yes, he's not going to cat with Nocturne 3, at least too far off, but I do see this potentially going for a top 6 in this position.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case here.
And,
you know,
that's a huge pickup.
That's a big pickup there. I mean, we weren't really going to mention it, but it turns out if you do hit the 1%, it can in fact be pretty darn good. Really interesting to note here as well is I think that TXE has officially taken over the role as just the griefer right now. You're never going to beat Boljo towards hitting that Nocturne 3, and it looks like the rest of the team agrees with that as well, as we saw Admiration hit a 2-star Nocturne on the bench there. Is there ever the world... Okay, hear me out. Is there ever a world in which you slam this on a Nocturne after you roll down here, you don't hit the Viego, so you can just deny potentially one more? You can deny one more Nocturne and prevent Boljo from hitting a 2-star Nocturne.
I don't know, I feel like it's a little bit early to make that call, because last time I looked at Boljo's board, he only had the 5 Nocturnes. I haven't seen the level up for that bench Nocturne to get the 6th Nocturne on board. There is like a couple of Nocturnes being held around the place, I think. But I think it's really, really risky. I think that TXE can play for that first Wraith mentality here, and I guess we're going to see which board is stronger right now as we see the 2 Nocturne players fighting it out. The Nocturne of Boljo's does get stunned up by the bike there, and it's actually going to be enough for TXE to stay alive, proving that he has the better Nocturne bird. Not only that, he ruins the win streak of Boljo, and that's actually a massive grab for TXE to making sure that he can actually stay in this lobby and hope that Asira goes out before him, Karimus.
Yeah, looking really nice. Goro picks up Stimmy. Has a double Nico option. Will he pick that up? Maybe. I'm not sure if it's worth a full item, but I mean, what item would you take? Maybe Frozen Heart, potentially. Goes for the double Nico. Okay, so that opens up some 3-star options. Yeah, like you said, TXC, that I've never seen Assassin Fiddlestick. That thing was doing a lot of damage. It also has Frozen Heart, very annoying, actually. So, just to see how far he can take that Fiddlesticks. But as we see, Angora rolling down here. Not sure what he's looking for. Looking for these Yasuos. Has 5 Yasuos plus the 2 Nico, so 7. Needs to find those 2 more, but he's still in a pretty good spot. And this lobby is just so close. It feels like everyone's just beating everyone, and then TXC's on his own little island with the win streak.
How good was Admiration's board on the look over there? He had the double BT onto the 3-star Riven. He had the double Hodge onto the 3-star Nidalee. He just hit that just before this combat. That is one very, very scary board, and it's a board that we've seen a lot of the OCE players pull out this weekend so far, Frosty, and it's been very, very good for them.
Oh, absolutely. But you want to talk about scary here? There's a 2-star Volibear on the board of Chunga there. But unfortunately for him, Chunga's teammate's going to go out. Angora, it's a pretty hefty loss here as well. And I hate to say it, but there's one SEE player in the bottom 4 here, and the rest of them are OCE players. So it looks like the SEA boys have come out swinging in the first lobby of today, but there is still the chance. We did see Araya in game number 2 clutch it out from 11 health to come back into second spot, but as Boljo hits a 3-star Nocturne, the chances look slimmer and slimmer as the game progresses here.
That was just really, really unfortunate there for the OCE team. It was TXC faced off against Admiration, who we just talked about having that really, really capped board with that Riven and Nidalee hitting the 3-stars on both, and it was just too much for TXC, even without that Nocturne 3 to actually make it through. That is a huge loss for the OCE squad, because as you just saw there, Boljo was managed to get all the Nocturnes that were freed up into the pool, make up that Nocturne 3, and now with Angora sitting dangerously low on HP now, Chunga's not in the best position. This could be very, very bad for the OCE guys, and putting a lot of pressure on the Group B team coming up after the break, who didn't perform too well yesterday to make up something like even like a 25 or 30 point gap. So tension's going to be high in the OCE camp. Let's hear what they actually have to say at this carousel.
Take the GS.
My bad.
Bro, this is good. Does Syria win against everyone?
Yep. Bro.
Admiration beats them probably.
Oh yeah, with Nid.
I'm running
Too
fucking
bad.
Gragas 1.
It's so bad that Hodge doesn't give dodge chance anymore.
So it's a little bit of a spicy predicament here for Team OCE that, like, you know, they're not really quite sure about their position. You know, it's very, very tough for these guys now. They lost their main player. I would actually say TXE was their main player as kind of backbone, holding at least Boljo back, which is very, very crucial. You talked about the idea of sabotaging there, Frosty. Losing that has just completely thrown the plan that they had out of the window.
Yeah, and it almost just feels like at this point, looking around at all the different boards as we go over to Master Elsa, who has a 2-star Akshan that's stacked alongside an Aphelios 2 that's stacked as well, that the plan is just to stem the bleeding at this point, as it looks like Angora, after a really solid day 1, is unfortunately not going to be having the best day 2, going out in 7th, which feels like his worst result, but has overall been a very consistent player here. And it keeps getting worse and worse as the Seamen just can't they just can't keep on stopping. They just keep on going.
Man, and you just saw it in Master L's player cam there. He was absolutely hyped about Angora being knocked out there. Not only that, Chunga's now on 4 HP. Could we be seeing a repeat of that Game 4 lobby from yesterday where it's just an SEA 1, 2, 3, 4 here, Krevs? All their boards are really, really strong.
Yeah, they all look really strong. Admiration's the only one that looks like he's going to top 4 from this position, so maybe you're right. I haven't looked at Admiration's board, but see how he goes in this. I mean, look at these boards. Tristana 3, Kennen 3 with 3 items, and then got an Ashken 3 on... Oh, sorry, Ashken 2 on this board as well. Every board just looks so strong for this stage of the game.
Look, if Master L's had an Akshan 3 at level 8, I would be very, very concerned. I would actually be calling up Riot. straight up and be like, "Hey, Mort Dog, why did you give this guy so much luck?"
Chunga hangs on, Admiration loses, so we are in a spot where, like you said, there could be a top 4 SCA split. Have to see, how these fights look like in stage 6.
Definitely, and I really feel like Admiration is the hope for OCE right now. I feel like if Admiration doesn't get anything above a third, then the climb that the OCE squad A will have to OCE squad B, I believe it is, will have to do against SEA is just going to be too much. I feel like at that point the climb is just going to be a little bit too big unless it's an absolute steamroll from them.
And here we are on board with Admiration, who is probably OC's final hope right now. Chunga is falling Vouch very desperately. He is on 18 HP, so he's not quite in that one lost territory. Although if he does take quite a heavy one, he will be knocked out. And that is probably the last thing, like we were just talking about, OC wants to happen, is all of their hopes lie in Admiration getting as high of a placement as possible. Top 2, top 1 ideal, obviously. But, even just making sure he can get into that top 4 and not get swept like the B team happened to do yesterday, it's just, it's very much on the weight of the shoulders of the man with a very nice tattoo sleeve, I must add.
Yeah, they'll have that
Absolutely,
Ribbon
as I
3
mentioned
and Nidalee 3, so definitely in a great spot. Actually, just ate through that board. That board looked really nice with the Gwen too, but Admiration's in a really, really nice spot. Chunga goes out, so we do have a top 4 scenario where Admiration is the only OC player. Can he pull out a win here?
He's definitely got his work cut out for him at this moment in time. Boljo is on a bit of a win streak as well, and Master Earl's not looking too shabby either. Admiration trying to determine whether this Ironclad 3 is better than a Dawnbringer 4 for both of his carries at this moment in time. And just looking around, I want to say that it looks good to try to put in this Ironclad, but then you remember that Akshan has passive armor shred here, and Boljo is already papping a straight up Last Whisper, so not really a lot of work that Ironclad's going to be doing here. Perhaps getting that 4th Dawnbringer in might be the difference maker. But even still, I mean, Admiration's putting up a really good fight here. And as the Nocturne comes out of status there, it looks like just barely have one more lease left on life here.
And he just couldn't buffer the Riven Stun there. If you could buffer the Riven Stun with the mana generation perfectly to stun the Nocturne as he came out of stasis there, I reckon that was actually going to be turning into a win for Admiration. It's good at least that he was able to make sure that he can stay alive through this combat, because that's another player removed, with Araya being knocked out in that battle. So with Boljo and Master Rel's still leading with a hot streak, Admiration's shoulders, there's going to be a lot of pressure there. Let's hear what the OC boys are saying as he heads into potentially his final combat.
Oh, you won.
Maybe you can get second.
Yeah. Hard to beat Bolger though. You rotate back into him.
I mean, it's winnable actually. It's
One's
actually
back?
winnable.
If you insta pop.
Probably the one smash.
Oh yeah, don't.
Dawn or Sniffer?
For sure.
Dawn Galio.
Wait, they're not taking Zephyr? Okay, I'll swing for it.
That's not good. They're just gonna coordinate the Zephyr on the Nocturne.
Well, you're talking about it at just before that combat hit, was whether he gets the 4 Dawnbringer back in. There's no better way to get the 4 Dawnbringer back in than getting a Dawnbringer stat, and he puts it onto the Galio as the first call there. Just a little bit of tension in there. It was just palpable as the silence was deafening there, Frosty, as they were holding breath for the Akshan swings, and then they're like, all right, we've won. That's good. That's one more combat. And sure, he's probably going to match up into Boljo here, but if he can survive, this is going to be great for Admiration.
Geez, the tension is so... it's there. I feel it myself, I was trying to do my best to just try to hold it in. Now, coming up against Boljo again mentioned that the rotation was coming through. Boljo's board is just doing so much work. The Riven is staying alive, but the Viego gets a massive confirm there. And it's just, it looks so rough, but the double Bloodthirster coming through against this Riven. The stun manages to hit up the Nocturne. Will the Riven turn? No. Admiration is gonna go out in third, and Master L's also going out in second there, and that is going to be the final game from OCE Group A against C Group B. The Seamen coming out strong, taking it on top there. What a showing from them.
And that is the exact game that they wanted to take and build momentum for this swap that's happening after the break here, Karamas. It is absolutely such a huge lead now that OCE have to try and conquer. They had the 7-8 there. The SEA boys, they went 1 and 2. What do you think the nerves are in the OCE camp after watching that game? Because I'm sure Raz's team is absolutely sweating with the mountain they have to climb.
Oh, I'd be sweating coming up against Jose. You know, he's the captain. He's the best player in this tournament. This was looking like the A team, you know, almost for the OCE players, and they looked really good in game 1, but game 2 and 3, SEA was able to bring it back. So I'd be really worried if I was Raza right now and, you know, trying to poison Jose somehow or something. I don't know. They need to find a way to deal with him. If they can nullify Jose in these upcoming games, maybe they can find a way to pull it back, but it's going to be hard.
Well, we will be going into a little bit of a longer break now. As we get the next lobby set up with the final 8 players, it will be the 2 captains facing off each other, Raza and Jose. Will Raza be able to pull out the scintillating form that took him to set 4 worlds, or will Jose and his blender comp lead SEA to victory? Find out after the break. Welcome back to the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown, where we have 3 more games tonight. It is the halftime break. We are having the swap now. We saw OCE Group A take on SEA Group B. And look, the first 2 games were close, Karames, but that game 3 was absolutely dominant from the Southeast Asian squad.
Yeah, for sure. 3 out of the top 4. All SEA has put them in a really nice position coming into these last 3 games. Buljo bringing out the Assassins as well, so they're sharing the Philios as well, so they just look like they're in a really good spot, and it's going to be really hard to make points up against Jose.
Yeah, I mean, that is the star player of this SEA Group A squad that we've been highlighting across the entire weekend. Even when he's not even playing, we're talking about how good his blender comp is, Frosty.
What can I say? He is, even when Jose's not playing the game, Jose affects it in some way. You know, the way that Jose plays the assassin composition has bled down into pretty much everything that we've seen today. And we just see the mountain that OCE has to climb back. A 29 score differential here is what stands between OCE and the chance to try to take down this show match. Now, I don't want to say it's impossible. Well, actually, I do want to say it's impossible because I predicted C would win here. But even still, I don't want to say it's impossible for him because even looking here, I know that Raza, Uncle Chubby, Dawnglade, and Escher, they're all amazing players and they've got the good potential. If they can make their teamwork work, I feel like they've got the potential. But if it's a repeat of yesterday, we're going to see the Seamen run over the squad.
And it is the matchup we have been waiting for all weekend. It is the 2 captains head-to-head here, with Raza and Jose taking their respective teams into battle. And you just touched on it there, Frosty, is that the teamwork element of this 4v4 TFT is very important. And we did see yesterday that this OCE Group B team really struggled with it. There was that game where they contested each other on the skirmisher Jack's comp, and it really it hindered them in that game where they just got completely swept off the board by that SEA Group B team. They have been scrimming a lot, Karamas, and we did take a little peek at their lol chests. They have also deviated their plan a bit. Raza's no longer playing that Rats as much. Do you think that maybe they've cleaned it up enough that they could make the miracle comeback?
I think Raza has PTSD from Rats yesterday, so interesting to see what he plays today. But I think, like Frosty said, it's winnable for them, but it's going to be an uphill climb. But yeah, I'm just really looking forward to seeing these 2 captains go at it. 2 of my favorite players who I play against regularly. Looking forward to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, look, and before we jump into this lobby, I do just want to quickly give a shout out to potentially some MVP picks that we saw from the first 3 games. Obviously, those 2 teams are now out. It's now down to the captains' teams. Frosty, any standouts so far tonight?
You know what? Everyone on the C squad there, the SEA squad, was looking mighty fine. But Master Els in particular, I think, really clutched it out there for the team. Just really solid overall play. I don't think I saw a weak game from them whatsoever here. So, from a player that even personally I have not seen too much of there, to come into this tournament and, you know, dominate in such an amazing fashion here, I gotta give him props.
What about you, Kremis?
Yeah, I think, let's see. I'm not sure how this game's going to go. I'm really looking forward to this game. I've been looking forward to this game all day. Raza versus Raza and Escher versus Jose. I just want to see, you know, do they target him? We saw last set that Nocturnes were getting targeted. Obviously, Jose plays a lot of Nocturne as well. Will they just straight up try and grief Jose, knowing that, you know, he can definitely win the lobby with it?
Well, there is one player in this lobby that's definitely getting griefed, and if you just saw the chat at the start of the game there, Nivea Kingdom typed out a very doomed message towards Chubby there. I have one role today to do what I always do on ladder, grief Chubby Bunny. How do you feel about that one, Frosty?
My son is up to his usual shenanigans again, is he? Man, I'm gonna have to go for another trip towards the detention office after this game, simply because looks like Nivea Kingdom is up to his usual shenanigans once again. Not surprised to see this at all. It is in fact Nivea's one job on ladder is to just make everyone else's life miserable. But that's besides the point. He's going to be making good use of it this game. You know, it's going to be having a positive effect on this game. So we'll just have to wait and see just how effective a griefing job Anivia Kingdom can do against Uncle Chubby.
Here we are heading into the first PvP phase of this OCE Group B versus SEA Group A matchup. It is 2-1, and it is Razza holding the two Hellions, which is making me pull my hair out a little bit, not gonna lie.
And let your flashbacks get the best of you here. Even still, I mean, Raza not leveling here is fairly indicative that there is the chance that Raza will play reroll. I don't think there is a chance that he won't play it, right? But for the sake of the OCE squad, I am hoping that Raza chooses to pivot off into something a little bit different here. I think what it's going to come down to is, does Raza see a good item in this armory here? And I hate to say it, but I don't think this is good enough. What do you think, Kermas? Do you think Raza can still try to go for rats from here?
We just sold it, so no. It looks like he's not sure what he's got in mind, but I guess he just plays Lost Streak here. He's got a very weak opener. I think he's just going to open and just collect items and make a decision later. Probably rolls at 3-2 in this spot, so just going to play it slow and then probably roll down at 3-2 and try and get some direction. But nice to see him selling the rat. Very happy with that. Hope you'll have should be happy with that as well. But look forward to see what Raza goes for with these items this game. Has the Rage Blade, has that Frozen Heart potentially, maybe an Archangels. He wants to go for more of an AP comp, but looking forward to seeing, what he goes for on that roll down at 3.
And just a little bit of a scouting around there is that what the OC Group B team didn't do yesterday was actually contest Asira on that Nocturne comp. Already, Escher, 1 Nocturne on his board. Now that, this is a very popular comp that the SEA guys like to play. Sometimes, it will be an early game where a couple of them are running it and then they sell it to give it all to Jose, or as it was in the B team, to give it all to Asira. And now that we're seeing the OCE guys, they're like, alright, we're going to play your game. We're going to bring the Nocturne to you, and I really like that choice.
I love this adaptation here, and it's such a smart adaptation from the squad as well. You mentioned it before, where there was nobody contesting this Assassin's composition, and it almost feels like it's a little bit of a missight from the OCE squad for not scouting this out, right? You know that Jose has been playing this non-stop for the past few weeks here, and it's been working out extraordinarily for him. So why has he been allowed to just play it freely for the past few games? Contest him, take away his comfort, make him play something a little bit different. I mean, even still, Jose's a great player when he doesn't play these compositions. He is very good on non-reroll comps, but, even still, take away that little bit of comfort from him. Take away his strongest comp, make him play fair with the rest of everyone else. Moving into Carousel here. Raza's got a lot of options. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what he tries to go for here. Might be prioritizing a sword here more than anything else, but I mean, Kira's, what do you see here? What do you see from Raza? Where does this lead Raza into now with this sword pickup?
I don't see it. I need to see his items again. That is a show gem, but I mean, he has a Rage Blade, so maybe he wants to build more like an AD comp, I guess. I'm not sure what he's playing. I mean, the thing is, he has to roll 3-2, right? So he's going to have to play some sort of mid-game comp, maybe like a Riven or an Italy. So maybe that's going to be... I don't know, what's the best sword item, do you think, on an Italy? I guess something like a Bloodthirster could be an option if he picks up that Negatron. Obviously, he hasn't found one yet, but that 3-2 roll down is definitely going to be, critical to what items he... But I guess it just opens up his options. Maybe a Death Blade, picks up an early Aphelios, maybe something like a Bloodthirster if he goes for like a Riven or an Italy, which would be more of a mid-game comp, which is probably what he's looking for here. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing, at least slam an item here, or is he just going to see more items and then see what he hits at 3?
Now, Ducky, I know how much you don't like this composition here, but we did see a little bit of Cavaliers yesterday, and there is a double Hecarim on the side of Raza here. Do you think there's the potential for a potential MF game in here somewhere?
Look, I'm just going to say the Cav reroll hater in my household is most definitely not me. I don't mind this comp. I definitely did not abuse it on ladder for weeks. But I think it is very, I think it is a very, very strong pickup if you can actually hit it early enough. Sure, he's holding the Hecarim pair right now. It's really dependent on actually just finding the items for this MF. And, you know, you're looking at that bench right there, it's like, yeah, the Shojin's okay. Got the Ginsu's there. I would much rather see Raza hold on, like we said, until that roll down because he is loose streak. He doesn't need to slam anything yet. He can find, you know, something to build off of those items that not necessarily contested by the other players. You know, we're seeing a couple of Hellion comps out there. We're seeing a couple of guys build to it, potentially towards Yasuo. What Raza can actually play from this position is really up to him. He is kind of the point of this roster that can actually pivot around to as many comps as possible right now. He's got the econ for it. He's got the item bench for it. He just needs to actually nail something and not lose too much HP in the process like he did yesterday.
So look at him smiling there. He knew Anivia was in his 3, so he made his board infinitely weaker and broke Anivia's loss streak, smiling there. Oh, he loves it. He loves breaking Anivia's economy there. So he has that 5 loss streak, so he can pretty much just lose streak for as long as he feels comfortable. Maybe it's even a 3-5 roll down. We'll have to see, you know, how he manages his economy as we switch to Jose. We haven't spoken about Jose yet. Looks like he got a 2 streak coming in the neutrals. Did lose that 1 fight at 2-3, unfortunately, but yeah, for a lose streak player, looks like they're letting him be the win streak player this game. Bit of a different playstyle from yesterday.
I wonder if that was just a symptom of, look, Jose's got the 3 Draconic in, probably hit it early enough. He's racking up some really nice eggs there as well. He probably just went and told Nivea Kingdom, I've got this really strong opener. I'm not going to be able to do the classic open fort play. I really want to play for Econ. And like yesterday, he played the Draconic Econ to actually build.
Ooh.
Oh, not again.
Oh, we were talking about this last game, the emblems. What has he got? A-bomb, Draconic.
Oh. And he gets a Draconic emblem too.
He could roll for, he could go 6 and roll for a 5 Draconics here. Will he go for the first 8?
He's got a tough choice.
Sure.
It's the Abomination as well. Yeah, he takes the A-bomb spat. Yeah, it means he can get the 5-star Scion.
Yeah, that's very true. Obviously, Frosty sounds a little disappointed. He didn't go for the YouTube clip, but yeah, it does have that A-bomb spat. Needs to find the third one, obviously. But yeah, like you said, he can go for that 5 A-bomb game.
You know what they say. Don't let your memes be dreams. I was praying that even with Jose trying to play win streak, there was the slightest of possibilities that Jose would potentially give it up and try to go for the big game-winning 5-turn eggs. But alas, it is simply not to be, as Jose queues up into his teammate Anivia here, who did have their loss streak broken, and is, funnily enough, actually doing pretty well into Jose, even though he's playing a relatively weak board, so it looks like Anivia is actually going to start win streaking here, funnily enough, and that has not got to be according to plan at all.
Well, that's a little bit of a handy pickup there. He does get the Ash 2 there off the eggs, and that is the power of the Draconic, is it's just free gold generation. Jose is just, you know, playing towards that win streak board. He's still trying to find that third A-bomb. He's looking for a brand or something so they can finally slam. So, you know, he could potentially be a game winner.
Yeah, I thought he might roll there, but choosing to value economy, I guess. I mean, he's healthy enough where he can just delay the roll down for as long as he can. Maybe rolls down at level 7 here. Try and get just 5 A-bomb at level 7. That'd be a huge, huge spike. I have to see how he manages his economy coming up to stage 4.
That's it, and it looks like Raza is going to be continuing this loss streak for the time being. We mentioned Raza, you know, trying to take a big roll down at 3-2 here, but really I'm not seeing anything that's terribly impressive from their side of the board, so I mean, I don't want to say it's looking dire for OCE already, but you really can't be affording to take these 8th positions anymore. You have to start getting something to swing the tide because you're 29 points behind, and every 8th just puts you that much further away from trying to close this gap.
Well, there is one shining light for this OCE squad right now, and it is Dawnglade still continuing that win streak. If you can hold it through to this second stage neutral, or the third stage neutrals here with that 10 win streak, and just keep that 100 HP, him and Escher may be able to carry this lobby. Was that Escher as well that I saw with the Abominations bat, or was that just actually just him playing against the board of... Yeah, it is just him playing against Jose's board. I was going to say, if Escher also has an A-Bombs bat, that would be Moggers.
Yeah, it has a spell with a spat as well. So we're going to see a lot of Abomination this game, I think. We're interested to see how that goes. Looks like Dawnglade also has a couple of A-bomb units. So we're going to see a lot of Abomination being contested here, which may help them against Jose here. Obviously, Jose looks like he will roll down at level 7 to try and get that 5 A-bomb spike. But if they're all being taken, it might just slow him down enough where they can get ahead of him.
Moving into the carousel now, we see that Jose is 3rd pick. So is probably going to be trying to pick up a tier more often than not. Probably going to try to go towards an AP side of things, yeah. Going to be denying that from Dawnglade here. I mean, there is the potential to still pick up that rod on the Aphelios there, which wouldn't be too bad, you know, having easy access to a Ginsu's. But choosing instead to try to pick up... Also, funnily enough, it's on a Nunu as well, so you can just put this in to get an extra A-bomb stack in there. It's just exactly what we are going to be seeing from there. I just love this Nunu pickup from Jose here.
He also decided to sell the Sejuani there as well, so look, he's probably going to try and transfer like this, like one of the items onto the Nunu. No, he's actually going to drop 2 of them on. He chose the Redemption on. He throws the Ionic Spark onto the set as well. That's obviously going to pop off to the set and build onto the Abomination Scion there. He's in a really, really strong spot now since making that upgrade, and it's only going to ever get stronger. Like we said, there is... A-Bomb's been nerfed, sure. There is so much power in that 5 A-Bomb board, purely because it's so hard to get with that Tomb of Trade's emblem. Now that he's got it, this is going to be one very, very scary Scion into the late game if he builds it right, Kremis.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good. And just to see what his Radiant item is. Obviously, the Radiant item can really define, you know, what your A-Bomb comp looks like. So, just to see what he gets here and what he goes for. As we see the eggs, gets a nice 8 gold egg there. Really nice. Going to boost his economy coming up to neutrals. What item do you take here?
I think looking at this, it's a pretty clear either Fist of Fairness or a Rascal's Gloves. I mean, Zenith Edge definitely has the potential if you want to try to go into something like Aphelios, but since you've already slammed an A-Bomb spat, I love just picking up this Rascal's Gloves here and just getting a lot of strength on the board. And you see it immediately here as well, getting down 2 really big items. And I mean, that's just going to make Jose just streak for even longer. But we've moved over onto the board of Raza here, who is also picking up the Thieves' Gloves here, and is looking to be in a little bit more of a questionable spot. You know, has that Forgotten Spat already here, but doesn't really have items that really complement it. Usually you want to try to go towards some AD items, you know, so that you can go towards something like, per se, I don't know, a Draven.
But he is actually committing into that like strategy around that MF. So it is looking like a little bit of a cavalry roll game, and obviously that Forgotten Spat makes it a lot easier. It means you don't rely on the Viego as much to try and hit that 4 or even 6 Forgotten Power Spike later into the game. Having that Forgotten Spat just allows you to have a little bit more defensive units in. You can actually build out that 4 Cavalier. You can look towards Knights as well. It is quite a strong pickup for Raza, and you know, with that Rascal's Gloves as well on that Sejuani, probably not going to stay there the entire game. I don't see it really serving a purpose too much on that, but if he manages to, you know, find the right items off those Rascal's Gloves, it's very, very hard to stop this comp.
It'll be interesting to see if he keeps slow rolling here. I think he will. I think he'll slow roll until about Carousel, but he's under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, he's going to slow roll a bit more. There is the MF, so let's the MF in. Let's have another Draven, actually. That's really nice. Thresh 2. Looks like he's going to roll down, drops away 50 for now. Can he get 6 Forgotten in? How does he do that? I guess he would drop Sejuani, or he could even go up a level. He wants to do that. He needs to find the MF2 though. I feel like without MF2, he's really going to struggle to get a top 4 angle here.
He's got the Triss 2 on bench there, but he hasn't actually elected to put it on board, valuing, I guess, the 2 Knight with that Nautilus over the 2 Cannoneer. With the MF can do quite a bit of damage with that, but as you said, like, you know, MF is not like primarily an 80 damage unit. That's what the Cannoneer trait scales with. I do like the fact that he's put the Knight in. Sejuani items aren't the best for this combat. It is going to get rinsed by Nivea Kingdom, and it's going to put Raza into quite a dire position here, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, as much as Raza is trying to grief, Nivea still being able to take a loss from him there is not really what you want to be seeing. And you just see this this commitment to trying to prevent the Tristana 3 from happening here. And you gotta wonder just how much it's costing. You could have hit a Draven 2 by this point, but as we all know, when you get rid of a certain unit and you get it back, it's not actually a different one. It's actually the same one over and over and over again. So
That's not what I tell myself. Oh, he gets the TG off the Reforge there, which is actually quite a big pickup.
Absolutely.
He's got the TG sitting on bench. That's big.
I really want to see positioning here with this. Raza needs to notice these items here. Yes, manages to find the Zeeks there into the right position, and I think Raza is just holding off on putting his Thieves Gloves, as you mentioned, down. Potentially get some spell crit here, which would be absolutely massive with this MF.
His board's looking pretty good now. I think he needs to find a way to go 7, perhaps get this Draven and maybe go 6 Forgotten. TG Draven is an option as well if you can find the Draven 2. That'll definitely stabilize him. But yeah, like you said, he is low, but he needs to find a way just to cap his board as quickly as possible. Will he keep rolling here? He needs 2 Sejuanis, he needs a few Hecarim's. Will he just donkey roll for the rest of the game, or will he value the level? Oh, he's now 1 off Sejuani 3, so how is he going to manage his shop? It looks like he's going to sell a Draven, so that does tell me that he's probably not going to go up anytime soon.
That means he's really also valuing sabotaging that Tristana 3. He realizes, being the Rats player himself from yesterday, he realizes how much of a power spike that Tristana 3 still is for that composition, Frosty. And holding on to those 4 Tristanas, I can't remember exactly how many 2-costs are in the pool. It's around 25 off the top of my head. Just taking some of that off the board is really, really potent.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is a bit of an unfortunate matchup for Raza here. Hitting this MF2 with this Draven, it instantly gets evaporated here. And so it's got to feel bad. You're really going to get into this danger territory now. Raza will seriously have to start considering whether he wants to try to continue to grief here, or it's just going to full send it down after this carousel. Speaking of carousels, though, we're going to have a listen in to the OCE squad to see exactly how they're doing.
I can take anything.
Oh, wait, this is Sedge 3. Oh, there's no way to take Sedge 3 here. I think I actually have to take a damage item. I just roll for Sedge 3 instead.
Yep.
I'm
taking situational awareness from Raza there.
I want to take Cloak. I really want to take Cloak. Okay, then I'll take a bill. Holy shit. I actually got 5 gold.
Can you ever play Spellweaver Karma?
It's just Fiddle. It's always Fiddle. It's always Fiddle. It's always Fiddle.
Because the thing is, I have a Karma too.
You can just play for now, no?
I'm 3 off.
Raza proceeding to send it at this point here. Can't afford to hold that many more Tristanas. So it's just continuing to roll it down and finds a Rel. And you can see the consideration of trying to solve this Tristana, but again, is just fully dedicated to trying to grief out the rest of the lobby. It's a big upgrade, though.
And the items that he got off it as well, it splashed off to with the change, it splashed off into a Radiant Locket, which is a very nice pickup for this combat here for Raza. That's not the worst. You were just about to say something, Krams.
Yeah, really, really nice. It has a Radiant Locket, like you said. But yeah, really strong now. Needs 2 more Hecrims. Maybe gets away from this Thresh. I do value Thresh a lot in this combo. I'm not sure how you fit it in. Like you said, he did find that role, so he has 2 Ironclads, but maybe he can top 4 from the spot if he can really start capping his board. But the problem is, I feel like he's eternally stuck level 6. Well, he's 1 off Hecarim 3 now. That will help his frontline out. Have to see what he goes for here. He's just donkey rolling. I think he does have to sell his Tristana now. I don't think he ever goes 7 unless he really values that Cannoneer at level 7. Maybe he will push 7 after his Hecarim 3, but yeah, 18 health. He really has to just make good decisions from here on out.
Absolutely, but I mean, you see just how much work holding onto these Tristanas has done for Raza against Anivia, where Anivia still hasn't hit a Tristana 3, and that is just devastating. And as we get to see both the captain camps here, a bit of a treat for us coming up against the teammates of each other here. It's looking like SEE boys have got it on lock for the time being.
Yeah, Jose looking very comfortable right there, sitting back in his chair. But Jose's in a really nice spot in first place right now, and Razza in last place. So definitely a reflection of the position here. But Razza actually beats him right there. Really nice, actually. Pushes him down the third spot there. Had to see if Razza can win streak into top 4 here.
I love that little matchup cam that they have there when the two captains are fighting off. That is a very, very important battle for this game. And look, that was a massive win, like you just said, for Razza there. You see Anivia Kingdom now falling to 11 HP. And that is a very, very big thing. And not only is it like a strong thing, I guess, for the OCE team when they're, looking at Anivia Kingdom, be like, all right, I need to get some guy out. That frees up 5 gold on Raz's bench at a spot that he can finally roll for that final heck room or finally push 7 with Frosty.
Yeah, but looking at Jose's board, it's quite clear why Jose was taking the loss. We finally got our wish. The 5 Draconic comes in, and you just start to see the amount of gold that Jose is just managing to hoard up here for the time being is now starting to take a roll down for a bit of strength, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the pivot away from the 5 Draconic immediately here. Yep, just as I say it there. Simply because you can just put more powerful boards in for the time being. Even still, you see Jose's position is in such a good spot, and it's all just going to be a case of, can Jose manage to continue going with this wonderful streak, or is it going to be stopped short by Uncle Chubby, who does have that 3-star Riven?
And Jose, they opted to not actually put back the 3 Abomination, and he has that Abomination spat on bench. He couldn't actually decide a unit to put it on. He was hovering it over the Volley Bear, but didn't actually drop it. Hasn't actually decided what he wants to do there, so he does take the second loss there. But yeah, it is, a nice little pivot out there. He's going to build a very strong board up with that Aphelios carry, something that we've talked about a lot in the last couple of games there, Frosty. And parameters, and we get another Tomb of Traits. Here we are, the first one in a Divine Blessing of today. We see it on Kajaus, a player that we haven't actually followed much today, but have had a lot of success yesterday, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the SEA squad, the SEA men's squad here, has got a little bit that they feel like they need to prove, right? They didn't have a good showing yesterday, and it's really rough coming out of a lobby like that, and you almost have that expectation, you say, I need to perform. Nobody's saying it, but you almost have that upon yourself where, you consider yourself just that good of a player where you go, all right, I need to be able to perform here, otherwise I'm just not doing my job. And they didn't. And so you can see them just really trying to come out swinging here, and I'd say that they're doing a pretty darn fine job, and you can just see the work that Kajaus is putting in that unfortunately runs into the teammate of Jose here, who is just that strong. And as you can see there, Kajal's kind of just going, what can you even do? What can you even do there, right? So, yeah, I'd say that a bit of an unfortunate one, but Kiramas, I need your opinion on this. How exactly does OCE come back into this here? Like, what needs to happen for OCE to find their way back in the 3 games left here today?
Okay, they just need to pray to Dawnglade. You guys know from MSI, Dawnglade is my favorite player in OCE, and he's currently in first place, and I think he has the ability to carry OCE on his back, but as we see, Razza is 8th right now. He took a big loss from that last game. Will he die before this carousel? 7 HP. So we come and see Escher's board as well. He really need Escher and Dawnglade to step up here.
But is it enough? That's the question I have to ask. Is it going to be enough, or is Razza taking an 8th here going to just be too much for them to, come back into this game?
Well, like you mentioned, they just cannot afford to take 8ths anymore, but Anivia actually goes 8th here, so that will help them a little bit. That obviously is SEA, and Razza holds on. Oh, Razza actually delayed damage as well, so SEA out in 8th, Razza holds on for 7th, and then, yeah, Jaos in 6th right now, so maybe OCE can rack up some points here.
That is an absolutely huge pickup on the carousel there for Escher. You actually just saw his face. He was like, oh my god, yes, finally. He's got the spell with his bound the Vel'Koz. That's actually going to bounce off the Vel'Koz. And that means he's also got 3 Vel'Kozes away from that potential Vel'Koz 3 to take this game by storm. That is an absolutely huge pickup for one of the fan favorites from OCE here, Frosty.
Oh, really? Put in 6 Spellweaver here, actually. Finds the Ziggs in the following shot. Okay, that's a spell weave so he's going to get 6 spell weave. I've not seen this before, actually. I don't even know what the stats are. I'm going to look it up because I've never seen 6 spell weaver before. Walk me through it, Frosty.
How shall I put this as eloquently as possible here? That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage that's going to be coming out here. Now, whether Escher is going to end up weakening their board just to try to get 6 Spell Weaver in, I think probably not going to be the case here, as you can see prioritizing 4 Spell Weaver. Simply because, unfortunately for Escher, that means that you have to put in weaker units, right? And when you're at 24 healthy, you don't have the luxury. And you see just how good getting 4 Spellweaver in is on 4 good units, rather than having to play something like, you know, a Zyra and a Ziggs in there too. It's just powerful. This is really good news for the OCE squad. Kajaus out in 6th now. Jose took a big loss. And funnily enough, a player that we haven't really talked about for the majority of this tournament, Shoxy, is in 1st place. Welcome change of pace, honestly.
Yeah, he was a little bit of like the mixed player. He's kind of like the TXE if we're gonna cross it between teams. The Shoxy, he's a bit of a quiet performer, but you know he's pulling it out this game, and he's the only guy who hasn't received the stimmy yet. So there's still a bit more power in there. We know that the Tomb of Traits is in it. It's very much enabled a lot of the other players to actually play these big spat boards, like that infamous game 2 yesterday, Frosty. But as we see here, we see the 2 OCE guys, Escher and Chubby Bunny, facing off against each other. That Vel'Koz beam is so strong. Can the Riven 3 child go through the Scion, reach the backline in time? Oh, it's getting tight for Escher here, who needs to save as much HP as possible, but he does fall down to Chubby there. 15 HP now puts him firmly in the place of being in 1-kill territory. And as we were just talking about Shoxy being top of the lobby, took a very heavy loss there.
Yeah,
Oh,
Uncle Charlie looking
Vel'Koz.
really strong right about now, and in all honesty, we had a peek over at Dawnblade's board here, who is actually rocking a Kale carry, and we haven't seen this at all. Yeah, this is looking really good for OCE right now. You know, if this is pretty much what they need. They need Escher to just be able to clutch out fight after fight, and you know the one hope that I think they've got is a Vel'Koz 3. So, from the Seaman squad, you're gonna start denying these Vel'Kozes as soon as possible here. And Jose rolls over one, but I think that Jose is in a dire spot himself where I feel like Jose kind of has found an Aphelios 3!
Okay, also has found a Viego too. It has a Nico on top of that, so we will be able to potentially get another 2-star 5 cost here. What's he going to do? He's thinking about it. Also has the Ivan pair in shops. He's got a lot of options, but he just capped a Mega Strong, reforges that, gets the Titans onto the Aphelios 3. He is in a really good spot now.
That is such a massive upgrade. That is such a big turn there, and he's got the Ivan in shop, his lock shop. That is, Jose, he keeps on doing it. He did it all of yesterday, he's doing it again today, but as we look over there at Escher, he managed to hit that 3-star Vel'Koz as well. Could this be the battle of the 3-star 4-cost carries here, Frosty?
Oh wow, the game has suddenly turned on its head. The angle of both teams trying to win the game has completely flipped now, and you know it's gone from all of these players that were looking like they're going to be solid 4th or 5th place as well. It looks like now it's not going to be the case whatsoever, where it feels like almost Escher and Jose are going to be the team solo carries for each other here. And you know, Escher, for as much credit as he is a memer, I guess you could say that he's gone, oh yeah, at the side of this Vel'Koz 3, because that was exactly what they needed to be able to come back into this game.
Yeah, and he comes up against the Aphelios 3, the Ghost of Jose. Can he find a way to deal with it? I think the Squid is going to take a couple casts to get to it, but this is going to be a spicy fight here. Oh, the Vel'Koz gets insta-CC'd there. Can he get a cast off? Rolled healing, but gets deleted by this Aphelios. Is Escher dead here? Just dead.
I think he...
2, 3 plus 8, that's going to be 11.
Oh, 1
HP. Is there going to be a delayed bug here? I actually didn't do the math that well. Yeah, that was a really unlucky fight for him.
And he was just on the wrong side of the board for that Aphelios. Like, he just positions his Vel'Koz same side means it doesn't get the beam directly across the center, doesn't knock out that Aphelios before it gets absolutely just one-tapped by that Aphelios 3. You know, we've seen the Vel'Koz 3 across both sets, but I think the Aphelios 3 is something that's a little bit slept on. We spoke about it a bit yesterday. The rework to it at 11:15 made it really, really strong. It hit so many targets with that cast that it's absolutely just a tank nuke. It's an absolute tank nuke. But as we head into potentially Escher's final fight, we're going to hear from the memester himself as he probably pulls out that high, Frosty.
Well, I'm versus you. Actually got a good matchup. Holy shit.
Oh, this is fine. This is fine. I don't mind losing here.
I think you win this every time. I think you win this every time.
Oh shit, that's too much.
One of them's dead. No, one of them's dead. One of them's dead. One of them's dead. No, one of them's like really dead.
Wait, we win this.
Wait.
Jose wins, right?
Wait.
I lost to Jose.
Dude, this Aphelios is so bad.
Okay, I'm one.
Oh, no, good.
Dude,
I'm not dead. I'll try.
Oh my god,
he's
Hugo lived.
hard.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
it's not the worst. It's not the worst.
Oh, Zephyr. Do you want Zephyr or do I take Zephyr? You want Zephyr? You 3-star Val. You have to take it.
Okay.
Oh
Does
jeez.
he need anything?
He doesn't need anything.
Is on
He
a
doesn't need
knife
anything. I guess like Morello, it doesn't Morello.
I should have frontlined to.
Shroud.
Big of
Oh
a
wait, fuck. I
loss
didn't
to
see Shroud. That's my
Escher.
bad.
Thing is, I have a really bad matchup into Jose.
Yeah, it is a big loss there for the OC.
I have a
with Showy
really
going
bad
out
matchup.
with, as Shoxy
You
goes out
need
of
to
fourth.
ensure you get the Zephyr
But
off.
That is an absolute amazing win, I guess, there for Escher, but it is coming at the heartbreak of Chubby Bunny. Jose is at 15 HP, so, one of these two strong OCE boards. We talked about Dawn Gladiator was at the top of the lobby most of this time. Escher, 3-star Vel'Koz, one of the best carries you could ask for in the game, up against the captain of SEA. Kremers, do you think that the OCE boys can pull out a first from here?
I don't know. They got to find a way to deal with this Aphelios. Oh, unfortunately, he moved it to the Vel'Koz side, so I think Jose might be in trouble. They have to see how that goes. But yeah, Escher's on the right side for this fight as well. This will be really interesting. Can he kill that Aphelios? Deletes the Aphelios right there. Jose's in a lot of trouble here. Looks like Escher might get a double KO here, potentially.
Is it enough for the Escher? No, it's 14
God.
HP. It's 1 HP.
Dawn was 1 HP, Escher was 1 HP now, and Jose's 1 HP now. So this lobby is just ridiculous. I love it.
And I love
this.
I love this from Jose. I know you're going to bring it up, Frosty. You could say the words. You could take it right out of my mouth.
It's gonna come down to some speedy hands here. Has Jose got the positioning diff on Escher? Will he be able to mind game?
They will come. He's just going to let it RNG. I love it.
That is not it.
The shroud didn't work though. Aphelios gets Zephyr. This is going to be a disaster for Jose, you would think. Vel'Koz gets a full channel there. Oh, but I guess CCs is such a close fight. Aphelios does go down those. I think this is going to be game for Escher. What a game. And he absolutely loves it too.
I thought you reacted to that or something.
As you can hear from the OCE boys there, Escher did not plan that whatsoever, and that is an absolutely huge win for the OCE boys who have 29 points to make up, and Escher taking away that first is a very big one. Jose tried the big brain strat. He missed the shroud. The Zephyr went straight onto the Aphelios when the units dropped back onto the board. He definitely got Shadow Walked along there, Frosty.
All I can say is it's a play diff. That's all I got.
Well, apparently production is telling us that Escher is absolutely losing it, so if he's still absolutely continuing it, I really want to hear what that man is saying. So, Roots and Swifty, over to you if he's actually still talking. Oh,
he's coming down, apparently. That was such a hype
shame.
game. The top 3 players were all 1 HP at one point. Dawn was 1 HP, and 1 HP coming that last fight. Positioning, mind games. Oh, what a game that was.
An absolute barn burner to start off. The two captains matching up. Razza versus Jose. Razza manages to take the first one out through proxy through his wonderful guys in Escher. But there is still 2 more games left, and OC still have a massive hill to climb. Will they be able to bridge that gap? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back to the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown presented by Order. That was game 4 just before the break there. And what a battle it was, Kremes. It was 3 1 HP players. You had Dawnglade, you had Jose, you had Escher, all on that last little bit of life. And it was Escher, the memester himself, who managed to take it out.
Yeah, we're talking about Dawnglade and Shoxy, in those top 2 spots. And all of a sudden, Escher hits Vel 3, Jose hits Aphelios 3, and then bang. They knock out the rest of the comp. But yeah, really big for OCE there. Escher managing to take out the win, and then obviously Anivia going 8. So yeah, OCE get a bit of some points back. Have to see, how they go into game 2 here.
Yeah, look, OCE had 29 points to bridge the gap between SEA in these final 3 games. It's a big task for OCE Group B. They managed to bring back 5 points in that game, thanks to the first of Escher and the third Dawnglade, but it's still 24 points to bridge over these next 2 games. That is 12. Oh, look, 12 points per game. That's the easy math of it. But it is one big game now that could actually swing the tides. It's kind of like those games that we saw out of SEA Group B yesterday, Frosty, with the 1-2-3-4 and the 1-2-3-6.
We need it to happen though, otherwise it's just not going to be the case. But as we head into game number 5 here, folks, we've got to be seeing some big stuff out of OCE. It has to be 1-2-3-4 or 1-2-3-5. It has to be something like that. It can't be players sacking against each other. It almost comes down to fate at this point, right? One of these players, they just have to get really lucky off of a reroll comp and just carry it through to a victory. Otherwise, I just don't see them winning it.
I mean, I think it really will come down to, OCE. I think they can, give away a little bit, the secondary positioning, but the thing that OCE cannot afford right now is they cannot afford to go 8, and they have to go first every game. Because of the way the scoring points, the format is right now, is that the 10 points for the first, that is a massive boost. And that was kind of the thing that allowed Escher to bring it back a little bit, was that having the 10 points for the first compared to, say, the 8 in some scoring formats, Karames, that is an absolutely huge boost for the OCE squad. And getting those 2 more first, that's 20 guaranteed points. And that's when you can slowly start bringing the gap in.
Yeah, they definitely need to win the lobby. Like you said, you get that 10 points instead of the 8, and then yeah, if they can fill in the rest of the top 4 with OCE players, that's when you really start racking up the points. If they can go 1, 3, 4, 5 sort of thing, that's when they really start putting the pressure on SEA coming into the final game.
Well, we are currently on board with the winner of Game 4, Escher, and also one of the regional finalists. He is one of the OCE representatives, top 16, fighting it out for a spot at Set 5 Worlds. Also alongside Dawnglade and Chubby, who are also on that lineup. So it is a very talented OCE lineup that is taking off this final game. Funnily enough, the only one who's not in that contention is A, the Set 4 champion, and B, the captain of this team, Raza.
Rub it in a little bit, why don't you? I'm sure Raza would love to hear about that. All of these players on the OCE squad are extraordinarily strong, but I mean, if nothing else, if there's any takeaway from this tournament here, you can see just how strong some of the SEA players are here. And even still, they've had tournament results outside of their own regionals, so I hope that it's only a matter of time before they actually get a chance to have a shot at Worlds qualification, but for the meantime here, we just get to meme on them a little bit, have a little bit of a joke around about it. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe some semen domination is coming soon.
Yeah, Chaos Board's looking really, really strong right now. Has the A-Bomb already. Can make 10 here, but he does have the Draconic units there, so he will catch up in economy if he can pick those up. But slams a Deathblade. What do you think of that, Frosty? Deathblade slams, definitely very interesting.
Yeah. Looking at Kajaus's board, is there ever the potential that Kajaus is trying to go for this Callista reroll composition? We saw a little bit of it yesterday with Escher, who had a very dominant early game, hit that really early Callista 3-star, but then fell off like a cliff. I don't know if you've had much of a chance to play against it, Kiramis, but what is your opinion of it?
Well, the biggest issue I have with the Callista reroll is her mana bar. And I feel like she falls off late game. She's a single target unit. Obviously, those spears can one-shot carries and nuke them, but I think with that early A-bomb opener, I'd be surprised if he does go for a reroll comp. I think you can definitely tempo with that board, but yeah, we'll have to see. And then looking to Razzie, he did value the bow, which is interesting. He already had double tier and rod, so surprised he didn't go for an AP. Maybe looking to play around this Riven potentially, or maybe play the reroll again. We'll have to see. Has the 2 Forgotten in, has the Knights in as well, can make 20 as well. What items do you think Raz is looking for coming up to Krogs here?
I think there's going to be some Ginsus being looked for here more often than not. I don't know about this move from Raz. I know Raz is sticking to their guns with this, right? You know, you've got something that you're the most confident in. Maybe you don't feel like you can play flexibly against the rest of the squad here, but even still, this has proven to not be Raz's strong point. I don't think we've seen a single strong game out of Raza this entire tournament. Now, whether that is down to luck, you know, just having an unfortunate few games here or there, we've yet to see it. But even still, it makes me worried for their potential to try to clutch it back. It's only a 5-point gain that they got off of that last game. They've still got 24 points to go, and they need something big. So who knows? Maybe this is just, maybe you're just going to hit here. Maybe you're just going to get really lucky. Hit the MF3, no problem whatsoever, but this also has the potential to just backfire in your face, especially when we know that Raza is coming up and is more than likely going to be taking a 5-unit loss here, as we see.
Well, he tried to do the same little cheeky trick as last game. It's like, all right, if I can play against Shoxy, you know, maybe I can, you know, break off his win streak by having this super weak board. Ends up playing against Kajas, the win streak player for SEA right now. Dawnglade also loses his win streak right at the end. That this is not a good sign for OCE's economy at the start of this game. And Raz is going to look at putting back in that Forgotten for now. As we move on to Jose Hill. Oh no, we're back to Razzle.
Back to Jose.
What? Jumping around. Jose has been, you know, he had a very solid last game. This opener that he's got right now, it's still very flexible.
Yeah, he still has that Rivens on the board here. Oof. Now, Kiramez, this has got to be your typical Riven star, right? I don't really see anything else from Jose coming through. What do you think?
I mean, everything's pointing towards Riven, surely, right? I mean, he's picking up these Sentinel units. I'd be shocked if he played, you know, like a Lucian or something, but the double Riven just screams Riven right here. Picking up the Dawnbring units as well. I would definitely be going towards this Riven. What are your favorite items for Riven, Frosty? We're talking Bloodthirster. I mean, he has the Infinity Edge, but I'm not really liking that. It's okay with the Hodge, but not my favorite item on Riven.
I think the biggest takeaway is that we've seen it a little bit over these past few games here, is that Riven can just work without some of these extra crit items that we've seen, you know? We saw a double Bloodthirster Quicksilver Sash variant from Kajas, I believe, that was performing really well last game. But now we go back into the captain cam once more, and I mean, Jose is in a really strong spot. This is almost a mirror to exactly what happened last time, and Jose is once again going to run over the board of Raza, and Raza is coming ever so close to Stimmy once again.
Yeah, 48 health, only 8 HP. Only needs to take, you know, 4 more unit loss, and he'll have the stim package. Interested to see if he rolls now, or does he sack 2 more and go 7? But last game he did roll a 6. There he is. Raza has gone 6, so he should be rolling right now. There is a roll, so got 2 Nocturnes already. Has the Vel'Koz. Not sure if he can use that. Just to see, you know, how he can develop his board here. He's probably going to roll pretty much to 10, maybe even 0 if he's feeling a bit scared. But those Forgotten units, I guess. I'm not a huge fan of Forgotten here. What do you think, Frosty? I mean, Rageblade, Hodge. See, this board just does not look that great, to be honest.
I have to agree with you. I have to say it. I think that, you know what this screams? This screams like this is forced, right? And Forgotten, if we've learned anything, is not one of those compositions that works well when being forced. And, I mean, you just see it here as Raza is just, it just feels so shifty. And even though, yes, Chubby is very strong, Raza just still hasn't hit these units and is instead prioritizing gold and health once again to try to just grief any potential Rats player. And I believe Shoxy is actually trying to go Rats this game. But even still, the Stimmy has to be something good, and it is one of the best ones that you can ask for there in Raz's positioning, because he needed that gold. But even that might not be good enough, and that's the problem here.
And there's like two distinct points between the two cavalry roll games that Raza has played so far. Is like the one that he just played last game, he was in a much better spot to start re-rolling than he was in right now. Like last game, like at this kind of position, we were talking about, alright, yeah, like he's got a couple of pairs going, he's got a couple of 2-stars going, he had enough HP that he didn't have to really worry about getting knocked out too early. Right now, he's in a massive spot of botter. He doesn't have a lot of board strength still without that MF2, and even just simple things like his Cavs 2 needs to be able to pick that up before he can even be remotely considered to not going out in stage 4 here.
Yeah, definitely. I hope that Raza manages to hit here so that Raza can have a strong game, but I mean, even still, like, being one of OCE's storied players here, I would love to see him have a strong game rather than being put in as, you know, the weak player of the squad here who's designed to grief everyone else, because I feel like Raza as a player has got so much potential, and we've seen really strong moments in history from him, so it almost feels like a little bit of a letdown to see him, you know, have to play so weak for the squad here.
And here we are on Kajal's cam. He didn't have the best of games last game, but he's certainly fighting back. He was definitely one of SEA's best players from yesterday. He was one of those kind of potent forces alongside of Jose, really carrying this A squad, and now he's running quite a strong board with Bomb, but he's quickly pivoting into that Nightbringer after finding that 5% of Felios, and he's got the DB for it, he's got the Ginsus for it. Once he hits that 2-star of Felios, he's going to be very, very scary.
It looks like he's going to stick with the Callista just for now. Has 5 Nightbringer and Surprise. Looks like he values the Abomination over getting the Nightbringers in for now. I don't mind that. I'm also seeing a lot of TGs today. What do you think of that, Frosty? TGs are absolutely everywhere today, and yesterday I've noticed.
TG is a really interesting item because there's a lot of good glove items at the moment. We've seen a resurgence in Trapclaw. QSS is valuable. We've seen Spell Crit, Hand of Justice, Infinity Edge, Last Whisper. Essentially, every single glove item is very valuable. So there really has to be a good reason why you want to slam a Thieves' Gloves in the first place. And I really feel like Kajaus, in the position that he's in right now, fits that reason. You're on a win streak, and you want to continue to stay strong. And what's the best way that you can do that? Just by jamming a whole bunch of items. So what's the best way to get a whole bunch of items? By getting the one that gets you 2 extra items in the first place here. And Kajaus has got a really interesting choice. I love this Banshee Silence pickup here, though, because it is just so strong. It can be so oppressive against a lot of comps.
Yeah, this is my favorite Radiant item. I love the utility it provides, the HP as well. I just love... This is definitely my favorite Radiant item to use as a utility item.
Coming up against teammate Shoxy here. Again, it feels like a little bit of a trap that you can fall into with your Tristana here. The nerfs to Tristana's rocket jump actually did heavily affect the attack speed that you get off of it. You get, I believe it's something along the lines of 30% less attack speed now from Tristana when she jumps at 2-star, and I believe it's 40% at 3-star. So if you're not packing extra attack speed, it really tends to fall off. So I'm a little bit worried about Shoxy's ability to carry through for the rest of this game.
And we see Chubby holding 2 Tristanas as well. Raz is holding them as well. It's going to be really hard for Shoxy just to like cap in a timely manner. It's not just about hitting your units, it's about when you hit them. You know, it's okay to hit them, but if you hit them in stage 4 or stage 5, you know, you're not really going to be win streaking because there's always going to be players you lose to with, like you said, without those good items.
So we do see that Escher here has... It's kind of in Aphelios waiting room right now, so he is definitely looking to bring back the Aphelios. Maybe not get the 3-star one that Jose had. There's been a couple of Aphelios players in that lobby. Kajal's definitely kind of looking towards it with his Nightbringer board that I think he's actually pivoted towards now the 6 Nightbringer with all the Aphelios items. But look, Escher's got absolutely some of the greatest items that you could possibly hope for. He's got that Luminous Ray Blade, Luminous Death Blade, I mean, with that extra AD per kill, and it just like it makes Aphelios' ability into a tactical nuke.
Absolutely. You just see how the potential, even though Escher loses this fight here, you see it on the other side of the board from Kajaus there, who chose to level up to level 8 as well to try to continue this win streak. I mean, Aphelios with these items here has the potential to be absolutely insane, and it's going to be down to Escher to see whether they can hit him or not, but you just see Kajaus even has a Heimerdinger, has the luxury of a Heimerdinger in shop, buys it and sells it immediately. What a Chad move.
Definitely doesn't have the items to start looking towards that Heimerdinger, but I do want to bring your attention down to the bottom of that board there, because as we were seeing Kajaus fiddle around with that Heimerdinger, he did actually see Shoxy hit that Tristana 3, an absolutely huge power spike for the Rats player. And Raz is actually on a win streak right now as well, so the two bottom 4 players, you know, we saw this resurgent strat and played off a lot better yesterday than it did today with these bottom 4 players, actually making top 4s out of their early starts. So, you know, Raz is coming back, he's managed to hit a lot of his cavalry roll comp. Shoxy with that Tristana 3 should help keep them alive for a little bit longer, as long as they don't match into someone like Kajaus. And it could be looking up for those loose streak players.
Yeah, the pace of this lobby is so quick. We saw a Valkos too, there's a Teemo there. Kajaos looks really strong. Like, for this stage of the game, everyone is so strong, I feel. Like, particularly like the top 5 players. Like, we saw Jax too, Valkos too. Like, everyone is just so strong for this stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely. It almost feels like it's turbo paced. We see Kajaus already level 8. We saw a Teemo already coming out there. Raza is now trying to roll down here. Unfortunately, is not really close. Raza's lacking a little bit of fuel here. Manages to find 2 misfortunes, and that's big. Another misfortune here, but you see, this is some of the problem here, is when you've got so many units you love to play in this composition, it can be a little bit hard to fit everything in, especially when you're holding just 2, what is that? 2 Sejuani 2s on bench.
Well, yeah, he's got like the Sedge 2s, he's got 7 Hecarim's, 7 Nautilus, 7 MFs. He's just like, please, can I finish off these pairs and finally get them all on board? He's valuing the 4 Forgotten over the 3 Cavalier right now, which I think is a smart play. He really needs that damage to come out from the MF that he gets from the bonus from the win streaks. I'm pretty sure he's capped out now since he actually finished his win streak. Once you get Forgotten caps out at 4 wins off the top of my head. But now we'll be listening in with the SEA boys as they try to, I don't know, claw Shoxy out of an 8.
Yeah,
but I want the belt. I want belt.
I want a
belt.
What?
I want belt. I want belt. I want belt.
Okay, I take the team. Okay, I take the team.
No, take the Heimer. Take the Heimer. Take the Heimer if you need.
Oh, take the Heimer. Okay, I take the Heimer. I take the Heimer. Okay.
Really good identification from
I was going double arch. I was going double arch. But it's fine. It's fine. I'll just slam death.
I know,
Just slam death.
It's infinite gold, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but I can't play Heimer now. My Velcos is just stronger.
Oh, I see. Fuck, my bad. I thought you're gonna.
How does Jose do it every time?
If I hit Heimer, swipe it.
He's back on his main comp. We talked about it. He's finally pulling it out. He didn't pull it out last game, and why would you over in Aphelios 3? But Jose has found that blender with the Radiant Ginsus, and we saw him actually find the Radiant Ginsus yesterday as well and put it to very, very good use, Frosty.
I'm surprised, but I'm not. You know, I knew that this was a possibility. I knew that Jose could definitely do something like this, but the way that Jose manages to pivot every single time here is just so incredible. It's one of the reasons why he's just such a standout player. Wouldn't you agree, Kurumis?
Yeah, I mean, we looked at last set where they targeted the Nocturne player. Really, like, he's just uncontested here. Like, he can just play this comp completely free. He's going to hit everything. You would think he is 40 health, so interesting to see what he does at 5-1. But giving the strongest player his favorite comp uncontested is a bit scary.
I think it was just a symptom of the fact that he pivoted into it so late. Like, he wasn't necessarily showing the signs of it early enough, and now this is just the thing with Jose. When we were speaking to him yesterday, he's just like, look, he just turns it out on a dime, and it's the way he can play TFT without engaging his brain is just doing this simple hit level 7, look for Nocturne, get that Nocturne 2 in, and then look for the Nocturne 3 afterwards. It paid off for him yesterday, and because he's done it so late, the OCE guys haven't had the chance to like, alright, I'm going to actually contest him on the Nocturne, and now all they can do, as you can bench here, is just hold them. Chubby's got 2 there, and it's bound to be like that for the other players who actually have bench space, so probably everyone but Razza.
Exactly, and even Razza has the potential to try to grief him out, but as we see, Razza is down in that really precarious 10 life total once more here, and is he's still slow rolling. Razza, it's so greedy. My guy.
Yeah, he does have the Hecarim 3. He's 2 off MF3 as well.
Your team needs you to not go 8th or 7th here, and that's what you're setting yourself up to do. I don't like this. You're putting yourself one bad combat away. There needs to be more gold that's being spent here. You need to be stronger sooner.
And this was a thing that you were talking about before we actually got into game, Frosty, and while we were in one of the breaks, it was just like Razza values his econ too much, and like it cost him in this scenario here, where now he's actually having to like roll down very heavily. He's selling off even the Viego there. He's trying to put in the Sedge 3 potentially, but he hasn't even found enough for that yet. He's just trying to find any pairs that he can. It's just nothing's hitting. Finally hits the Sedge 3. He's picked up the Rel, but it's just like, is it too little too late? He's also got the MF3 there. And he actually sells the Rel to pick it up. I was like, oh, thank you for the MF3. Hello there, Cole. Thank you, Mr. Producer. That was something that we were kind of worried there for a second for Escher. Oh no, Escher, Razza.
Yeah, looking pretty good. MF3, Hecarim 3, Sedge 3. He's also got the Nocturne pair on the bench to deny it from Jose as well. So this could be what he needed. We talked about how he needed to get stronger quicker. Well, he's online now. He's pretty much capped. It's just about positioning. He needs to get some items, hopefully, on that Sejuani. Have to see if there is an armory here. But yeah, looking really nice. He just got to, like Frosty said, if he takes one bad loss, he's dead. So he really has to sweat his positioning, dodge the assassin, dodge Jose, and maybe he can really make an influence here.
The thing I can't help but think here is if Razza if he just did it one turn sooner here, you'd be potentially out of kill range here, and then you have much more potential to be strong. But now you cannot play the way that Jose plays. You can't just turn off your brain here and just try to play the game the way you want to play it. Queuing up into Chubby Bunny here, who is looking really strong, and I mean, there is the potential for a team kill here.
Razza does manage to get out of that one alive against Chubby. Also looking down there at the bottom is Dawnglade is also on 9 HP now. He's been knocked down. He even has a Teemo 2 Dawnglade, so it's obviously not working out too well for him with that Invoker board. Shoxy now down to 1 HP. He's been the player from SEA that we've been highlighting this lobby. Has been struggling a little bit. Now it is coming back to bite him. But with Razza's board, there's also like an interesting point that I want to bring up there, was that Razza did have the Viego that he picked up 1% on his roll down, and he elected to sell it, and he's keeping the Vayne 2 on board. Now, I'm not sure about what you think about that, Kramez. Was that just a little bit of a panic roll? Because I think the Viego 1 you would always take over the Vayne 2.
Yeah, Vayne doesn't have much value at this point in the game. You're definitely right. Viego has the ability just to take out a backline unit, so you're definitely correct there. I have to look as well. Here's the captain cam, like we talked about. Razza is on 1 life. Can Jose, the captain, knock him out? But Razza's looking so strong. That is a knockdown. Viego actually hits the MF real quick, but watching the Viego does die there. Nocturne is under Revenant. I had to see. Nocturne is on the MF now. Oh, MF actually lives there, though. This is looking really nice for Razza, actually. He's in a really nice spot. He's also slowing down Jose, so I think this might be a fast finish to this game. Everyone seems to be beating everyone here.
Yeah, well, you did talk about a fast finish here, is that Shoxy has gone out, and so has Dawnglade, but Shoxy does take the 8th, Dawnglade the 7th, and as we're talking about, OCE needs 24 points to catch up to SEA. The difference between a 7th and an 8th, that's 1 point. That's definitely something that's a win for OCE, even if Dawnglade is out now. But now you're looking over at the OCE side as well. Kajaus has lost his win streak. He was Mr. 100 for so long. Nivea Kingdom's on the win streak still for SEA, but then you've got that really strong OCE contingent right there of Chubby Bunny and Escher, and now they're just relying on their captain, Razza, to just hold on for dear life for the next stage.
So we talked about the Sejuani items. I thought he was going to take the Cav Spatty, but he valued the TG there. I assume that's going to go on the Sejuani, valuing the Sejuani 3 with 2 items over the extra Cav. And as we see, Kajaos rolling down at level 9 here. Did go fast 9. So you go back to Razzie. Yeah, does put that TG on the Sejuani, as we talked about. So it does have the Guardian Angel now. So that's a big spike for him as we go back to Kajaos. Rolled at level 9. Has the Teemo 2, Ashkin 2, as well as what else he got? Aphelios 2 with 3 items. So Kajaos looking really nice here. Went fast 9 at 5-5 and looking very, very strong here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, again, this is where it starts to get really scary. It's dire for them, but heck, I mean, you just look at the strength of every single player in this lobby, and it's really, really high. Escher coming up against Raza here, and it's looking like Raza is going to be clinging on here. A good loss for Escher. Probably keeps himself alive for one more combat in stage 5 here. Going into stage 6, it may look a little bit shaky. And it's on a knife's edge. It's really on a knife's edge. Can OCE claw it back?
Well, they're really relying on Jose going out early here, and it's been really good that Raza has been able to stay alive for this long because he is holding on to 3 of those crucial Nocturnes that Jose has used up all his econ to try and find, and he still hasn't found any luck in hitting that Nocturne 3 yet. It's such a huge power spike for that Blender comp because without the Nocturne 3, it basically can't function. So if Jose goes out here and he's up against Kajaos, the last player he probably wants to face was his own teammate who has such a stacked board. It's probably just going to be the end of Jose's run in this game, with the Aphelios just doing so much damage. The Nocturne can't cope, it doesn't have enough sustain, and that is Jose out in 6th without that Nocturne 3, and that is very, very good news for the OCE side there, Frosty.
Absolutely, it looks like the OCE side won't have to inhale copium quite yet, as there is still a little bit of hopium alive in the tank for the time being, but even still moving into Dragon, we see that Escher really do be not Dragon D's nuts all over his face. And another note, his item is alright. I believe a Static Shiv is, I mean, not really what you really want to be seeing, especially on the side of Escher, simply because you don't really make use of the magic damage all too well here. But it's actually a Shroud, my bad. Shroud, on the other hand, is exactly what you want to be seeing, simply because it's just such a solid overall item. And I want to say...
I'm still in shock that you still made that joke, by the way. I'm still trying to cope with the fact that you actually made that. Of all the plays that you could have made it on, Esh is definitely the one you should have.
Exactly.
But I also can't believe you just these nuts, Escher. Oh. Anyways, enough about that. We can actually hear if Escher actually responded to that joke and has one for Frosty in this OCE listener.
Sides.
You can travel to a cliff.
I've got a shroud ready. Do I shroud you?
I think no, because
Okay.
I think I have a better matchup into into Keith.
I think you beat me though. I think you beat me.
This is a big matchup for OCE team being able to take down Anivia Kingdom here would be massive, and you see the power of this Aphelios absolutely ripping shreds through Anivia Kingdom's board. Raza manages to take a win here, but knocks out Uncle Chubby. Uncle Chubby goes out in 4th, and now it comes down to Raza versus Kajaos here.
This is exactly we were talking about it at the start. I'm not worried about Escher. I'm not worried about Kajaos. This is an absolutely huge game from Raza. I'm pretty sure this is his actually first top 4 of this tournament so far. He's doing it with a wonderful cavalry roll board. It worked for him somewhat last game, but now he's actually really firing on this board. And you heard the OCE boys there at the end of the listen-in. Can any of them actually beat Kajaos? This board is so strong. With that Aphelios 2 with near perfect items. You've got the Arkshan 2, you've got the Teemo 2. This is such a high gold board with so many carries. Do you think any of them can break through, Grimace?
It's a good Shroud. There's potential here. There's the potential. It's a big leap in here. The Banshee's Veil has been knocked off on the primary carries on Kajaos' board here. So it all comes down. Can Kajaos do it? And it looks like there's just too much damage. Escher just has it all. Raza's staying alive here for the time being, so Raza is the last remaining hope. His highest placement yet this tournament. It's looking dire, but I mean, there has the potential. Raza needs to outplay Kajaos. There is no better way to put it. He needs to outplay him here. It needs to be a positioning diff. But it's so tough against Double Volibear.
I think actually from that combat, I'm pretty sure Raza beat Kajaos' Ghost there. So obviously Ghost combat Yeah, okay, but that could put him in good stead that if he actually does manage to outplay the positioning, those are some nice Sejuani. Sure, the death play's not that nice, but the Zeke's onto the MF just to get those few extra casts off is nice. If you can manage to burst through one of these frontline tanks before they get the cast off, it's very, very handy. Obviously, the Volibear gets the knock-up off with it. But, you know, the MF could get the cast off, but no, the rest of Raz's frontline gets absolutely melted. There is not enough damage in that MF cast, I don't think. Oh, wait, no, there is!
Wow, okay, even Raza called it early. What is happening? Here comes the carousel. That was incredible.
That was just the final
calling
MF
the hack
cast.
as well. Kajaos calling hacks. We have to look into that as the admin, but yeah, this game is still on.
You heard it here, folks. Keep inhaling the hopium. We still have a tournament left to play, as even Kajaos is understandably a little bit confused, as I'm sure the majority of us are here. But I mean, it's so we haven't even talked about it, but Kajaos is one off of his stint. He still has not hit such a big upgrade, and we know it's a ton of gold as well. But I mean, I gotta ask you all, what has Kajaos really even got left to improve on the board besides a Volibear?
He does need to hit that volley too for sure. That would help him out a lot. But as we see, Raza took out an Ironclad to put in 6 Forgotten. Will that change the fight in his favor? Obviously, the Ironclad was helping against the Vilios, but 6 Forgotten now. Is that going to sway the fight in his favor? We'll have to see here. But Vilios is completely untouched right now.
But the thing is it needs this MF needs to be able to hit so many of Kajaos' threats, but they're all positioned so wide across the board. You've got the Teemo one corner, you've got the Akshan swinging around, and the MF goes down, and that means Raza is out. Kajaos manages to win the lobby for SEA, but that is a very, very valiant effort from the OCE captain, who we haven't seen much out of this tournament so far. But Frosty, that second place, and combined with the third and the fourth place with the rest of the boys, is that enough? Have they left themselves enough slack to run it back in the final game?
It's tight. It's really tight. I think if the miracle run happens here, if we see a first, second, third, and fourth, a complete clean sweep, you best get out the copium. Because if not, then we're going to be seeing an absolutely dominant performance from SEA here. Oh, it's close.
It's close. Karamas, like, your final thoughts heading into this final game? I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat right now.
Well, every time I see Raza backed into a corner, you know, he brings it out. So I'm looking forward to seeing Raza play like a monster next game. Like Frosty said, they need a 1-2-3-4. They need that clean sweep to put themselves in a position to win.
Look, I'm getting my wonderful supply of hopium right here. I'm going to take it in on the break. And if you are an OCE fan as well, you should probably get your supply as well. You have 5 minutes to hunt it down. Please be back for that. It is the 12th and final game of the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown. Do not go anywhere.
if the clean sweep happens as aforementioned, then OCE will win by 2 points. By 2 points. It has to be that, though. It has to be that. I believe a 1, 2, 3, 5 also gets a tiebreaker, and so we will potentially be watching one more game. But the scenario is so unlikely here. But Kiramis, give us a rundown. What does OCE need in this final game for it all to go right?
I think they just need to pick a comp and just go for it. It's really hard to play their current game plan and get a 1, 2, 3, 4. They have to all play different comps and try and high roll them and really suppress the other players. Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to get a clean sweep, like you said. Interested to see, what tactics they use in this last game.
That's it.
Yeah, well, as you can see on the scoreboard there, that it is SEA with 236 points and OC with 217. That is a 19-point gap. And we have crunched the numbers in the back room, so you need a clean sweep of 1, 2, 3, 4 for the OCE boys to make it and win outright. Or there is the very, very cheeky 1, 2, 3, 5. If that happens, we will be playing a 13th game tiebreaker. That could be any of the boys that are around. It could be a mismatch of the SEA teams and the OC boys, and we'll be here for another 35 minutes. And so, look, we're looking at the teams right now. If that potential tiebreaker happens, guys, I want to hear from Frosty first. Who would you be picking from each of these teams?
It's really tough, right? The entire Seaman squad has looked really strong. So, I honestly, if it was me, I'd probably say, I want to say, I feel like OCE Team A has been slightly stronger than Team B still today, but I'm actually going to go with, I'm going to say Team B from SEA should be representing them, if that's the case.
Well, we'll find out. Who knows? But the OC boys need the cleanest possible game of their lives. And look, they brought it back a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's one of the better performances that we've seen from the OC Group B boys this weekend. We saw Razak get a top 4 for the first time. We saw the 2, 3, 4 come through. Obviously, missing out on that first is a massive big blow. Missing out on that +2, or even like when you flip it around, it's like a +4 Karamis. That would have made a world of difference heading into this final game, and maybe give them a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, if they were able to peg down Chaos there, they would have done a huge job. But yeah, Kajaos was able to hold on. As we go into game here, we are looking at Kajaos, who did win that last lobby. Talking about Jose a lot, they did suppress Jose last game. He wasn't able to hit that Nocturne 3. I think he only ended with like maybe 5 or 6. But they forgot about Kajaos, who is also, a strong player. He's been, top of the ladder before. He's one of the better players in the region as well. So you don't want to forget about this guy. But, when you have Jose and Kajaos in the same lobby, it's hard to get them both down.
Yeah, I suppose it is just that little bit unfortunate where, Jose is, I'd say, the more recognized of the two players. But I think that would be underselling Kajaos. I think Kajaos is a amazing player by far. We've seen him in Fight Nights, also performing extraordinarily well, has won Fight Night before. So to say that, Jose is, the star player of the squad, well, I mean, Kajaos is a close second.
I mean, Kajaos is ex-global rank 1 as well. And he's a very, very talented player that, everyone, we've been saying Jose, he's basically just won all the Fight Nights all in the row, just with completely different comps. But Kajaos, you can't rule this guy out. He's been super good across not just set 5, but 5.5 as well. He's really made it his own, and he is probably, when it comes down to ladder strength, arguably better than Jose right now. But the thing is that Jose is just such a cool, calm, and collected tournament player. And you know what? It is a completely different way of playing in a 4v4 tournament versus a 1-for-all tournament. And then you're also looking at the difference between playing ladder and comp. So I think we're going to see a very interesting strategy deployed from both the teams here. I feel like SEA, they know their place. They're like, all right, we just need to play comps that will top 4. They don't even need a win. They just need to interrupt OCE's chance of getting that clean sweep and top 4. And we're seeing a 4 Dawnbringer opener here from Jose to start it off.
Yeah, it has a lot of Sentinel units as well. Thinking about putting in maybe the Pike as well, but interested to see if he holds these. You got 2 Sentinel pairs, so he also has 10 gold he can make as well. So maybe he wants to see one more shot before he starts making economy. Like you said, he does have that 4 Dawn, also has the early Ribbon as well. But doesn't have any sort of item direction, only has the 3 items. Have to see what he goes for with the Radiant, but yeah, will he make 10 here? I guess it will depend on whether he wins or loses. So he does lose here, so will he value a loss streak and try and play more of an economy game, or is he just gonna... I think he will see one more shot, like I mentioned. Because these are really, really high value pairs, particularly because he has a trait as well.
Yeah, hitting a Rakan 2 is a massive spike early here. And unfortunately doesn't manage to see the Rakan 2, but I like this level up here. This is Jose's playstyle when he's not playing Assassins, where you just try to play it as aggressively as possible, level up even though you're not on that win streak, just to be able to try to get that better unit quality here. We've been talking a lot about Jose and Kajaus here, but I just wanted to talk about something that we saw from Rouser there, who was playing a 3-unit board, had 10 gold, and beat Jose, who was level 4, and had a really strong trait.
Wonder if that throws the balance off a little bit there for Rouser, been the win streak player basically this entire time, and now he's finally won a combat early, he's on 100 HP, he's a little bit of shock in the system, like, oh, what am I doing at this point in the game with so much health?
I can actually win rounds! I didn't know I had it in me!
I didn't realize I had to actually win a round before 4-1.
You see the OCE mindset. Dawnglade, in last place, could have got Philosopher. He goes, no, I'm going to slam Sunfire and gets a 4-unit win against Jose. So the OCE boys definitely want to, all want to be healthy coming up to stage 4. As we look at Asher, what item is he going to go for here? I haven't managed to look at his board, but he's on a perfect win streak. Looks like he has 4 Legionnaire on his board, so maybe some sort of damage. Get an item holder going. But he is last pick, so he does need to communicate with his team. What kind of items does he need?
And this is the playstyle I really feel like we need to see from OCE here, where you've just got to go hard. You got to go hard or you got to go home is pretty much the way that they're playing it out here, and I couldn't agree more with it. Don't mess around with trying to play reroll compositions. Just say, nah, I'm just going to be stronger than you. I'm going to deny you from your units as soon as I see them in my shop, and we're just going to do our best. And we see that Escher manages to pick up a Riven here. So that's going to be a really strong early board here from Escher, hitting 4 Legionnaire, getting a bit of duelist vibes from a set 4 where, hitting 4 Legionnaire, maybe not as strong, but still definitely very, well, intimidating to say the least.
And it was actually buffed on this patch, so obviously the Legionnaire rework came through, that giving them the units some more Omnivent rather than that healing after the spell use onto the auto attack. So it's actually very useful on units like Riven and Yasuo. They've benefited from it the most, where they can just constantly heal off their abilities. So the 4 Legionnaire or the 6 Legionnaire comps, it's not like the 8 Duelist chosen comps that were so popular in set 4. But there is a chance that a Legionnaire spat drops, and he can actually run with a Legionnaire board. It's not the strongest right now, but the thing is strong doesn't necessarily need to be the way that OCE plays this game. They just need to play whatever they hit. And if they have an 8 Legionnaire board in, and they have, the Aatrox 3 to at least make sure that it doesn't fall off, it can actually work.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision here. Does he make 20, or does he play more tempo? He has the Aatrox pair. I guess he has to see if he wins or not, but I think he'll always make 20 here. But like you said, he has 5 Legionnaires, so he might just keep the Callista pair and maybe, try and find that 6 Legionnaire. Interested to see if he uses that to try and win streak at stage 3. Hopefully he can keep this win streak coming up against Anivia. He's currently in 4th spot. Looking at Dawn right now. Dawn is in an interesting spot as well. Has that dual gauntlet. But yeah, like you said, will he just play for tempo here? I guess it will depend on whether he wins here or not. I feel like, is he going to 5 streak? Because then he can afford to keep his Callista pair, potentially. So it looks like he is going to win the stuns. Oh no, the center actually deleted that Sejuani, but did not matter. Is he going to make 20 years? Okay, so he does sell that Callista pair. 20 gold, 5 streaking in the neutrals. Escher's in a really nice spot here.
Yeah, definitely. To counteract your point, I wouldn't honestly have minded to see the Callista pair being held on there, especially if you're just playing to be as strong as possible, especially since going into potentially round 3, you might just end up going to level 6 here, trying to play a really strong board. But Escher chooses against that, says, I will just choose to make economy and try to play for a little bit later in the game. Don't hate it whatsoever.
Now, throughout this lobby, we will be keeping an eye on all of the OCE players and where they actually finish up, because what OCE needs to happen if they want to win this tournament, nothing else but a clean sweep will suffice. They have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So as soon as one of those guys like Raz are currently on 80 HP or Dawnglade on 88 HP, if they go out and bottom 4, that's the tournament over. It is SEAs in the bag. That is $2,000 for the team split 8 ways, so 250 per player. And the ultimate bragging rights for the region in this 8v8 show match.
I mean, the money's got to be nice, right? The money is, of course, really nice. You're not going to be unhappy about winning $2,000 split 8 ways. But at the same time, the bragging rights and having this potential to just straight ego on literally every single OCE player, that's going to feel even better, right? So, I'm in two worlds here. I definitely think SEA has played this show match wonderfully, but, do I really want them to be egoing me until the end of time? Yeah,
Ladder's going to be interesting for at least the rest of this set. They're just going to be like, well, guys, we actually beat you in set 5.5 Showdown, so give us your world spot. Probably not like that. But I guess the one thing to take out of this weekend, though, is that the fight that the SEA players have put up, and these are players that have been slept on for a very long time, not just on ladder, but like in tournament play as well. And with some great performances out the like of Jose and Kajaus, and you're looking over at the other group, and you're looking like Array, you're looking at Master Els. There has been so many good performances from the SEA players that I hope they get a world spot in the future. It would just be so good for the region, Krimis.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Jose's been one of those players that, wants SEA on the map. He's one of the best players in the world, and, he doesn't even get a chance to, show himself at a world-class level, but he is a world-class player, and, a lot of these SEA players are world-class as well, so I'm sure there's a bit of pride here for Jose. It'd be interesting to hear his thoughts after the match if SEA do happen to win.
Well, Jose is here with a very strong board up against OCE's captain Razza. That Riven is just unkillable with the 2-star Rakan next to it, just perma-healing it, along with the Hodge there. There's a 5-unit loss there for Razza. He takes a massive hit at 3-2 there, which is probably not what he would have been hoping for, but he's still sticking to his guns with this Cav reroll comp that has been working for him. And he's already got 2 rels. So you can't be complaining about that one too much, Frosty.
Oh, absolutely not. I will say, though, that Raza does find himself in a little bit of a different spot to last time, where in this spot here, Raza would be, on a bit less health, but have a lot more gold. And so, even still, being at 68 health, bottom of the lobby here, not a great spot to be in, but you don't really have to pay off of all that gold. So it's going to be do or die soon for Raza. Being able to hit this MF is going to be a big spike. And now if I'm the SEA players here, you just got to shoot to kill at this point. You got to just sweep the leg, take out any single reroll composition that OCE might be going for. Just any avenue that you can just be as annoying as possible, I feel like you just got to take it.
I feel like at this point in the game, you can almost just target Razza. You can just take the MFs off the board. You can take the Heck Rooms off the board. If you're not going to be playing the Cav reroll comp yourself, there's no reason keeping those units in. Like, you can just take those off the board. You don't have to force multiple of the OCE players to go bot 4. As long as one goes bot 4, this is SEA's tournament wrapped up with a bow. And we will be able to hear their comms right now as we head into Carousel, maybe talking about that strategy within themselves.
Do you need Galio, Keith? Keith, do you need Galio?
Kind of.
You should take it then. You have Night's Guard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go for it then.
Oh, man, now I'm hungry.
Wait, fuck the white.
No, it's because I can't take anything else.
Jose, why are you taunting me?
I guess.
I actually can't take anything else. I have one too many rods.
I'm rolling at 7. I'm rolling at 7
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
That is the I want to ask him what the Dinner of Champions is. If SEA win from here, I really want to ask him. I don't know what it looked like. It looked whatever it is. I want it. Like, that was some good looking food. But SEA guys, they're pretty laid back. They know that their spot is pretty comfortable. They just have to play the best game, they don't have to actually worry about too much in terms of actually the team play aspect. All they actually have to do is make sure that none of all of them don't go bot 4.
Easier said than done, right?
Oh.
Easier said than done.
Look, I didn't actually think we'd see a clean sweep this weekend, but we've already had one of those. We had it yesterday in Game 4. I'll be shocked if we see a second one.
Well, if any OCE viewers out there want to see it happen, you gotta be spamming Hopium in chat right about now, because otherwise your time is gonna run out real soon. It has to be a team-wide effort at this point, but I mean, looking at their health bars right now, it's not all too bad, right? You've got Uncle Chubby, Dawnglade, and Escher top 3. Raza just needs to hit. That is plain and simple. There's no other way around it. Raza just has to hit.
We've still got 56 HP to play with. We've just had the Radiant Armory. Escher picks up the Ziggs Harmony there. Very, very nice for his Yasuo comp there, or Legionnaires that he's still kind of running. Definitely will probably look at playing the Yasuo from here. We've got Jose here, who's looking at that Riven instead. But, you know, we're looking at, you know, there's still the Divine Blessing to come in. And that could be the thing that saves Raza's game. The thing with the Divine Blessing is that it could also be this thing that saved Kajousa's game, maybe Kingdom's game, Jose's game, Shoxy's game. So it is very much like if it's bad, it's going to be bad for everyone, but Raz is going to find himself in a very bad situation very quickly. If it's good, all the SEA players have that to look forward to as well.
Absolutely. Now, this is a great loss here for Shoxy as well. And Shoxy has also taken away 2 MFs. So one has to wonder, if you're in Shoxy's position here, do you ever just grief the ever-loving hell out of Raza here and you just... Yeah, man, there's just so much potential for griefing here, right? Because if you go 8th in this game, that's it. The tournament run is over, right? So it's almost like as if you could just dedicate an entire game if you're SEA. You could just dedicate your entire game plan, roll down at 7, and deny literally every single unit from Raza's composition. Guarantee an 8. And you'll win.
Well, I mean, Shoxy's already kind of on that. Like you see, bam, Jose, he picks up the role there. Like, you know, that's one of Raz's, you know, main players there. Sure, he can probably make use of it in some comp that if he wants to run Ironclad. But when you actually pivot over and look at Shoxy's board, he had the Nautilus 2 in there. He was holding MFs. Like, he's just directly contesting Raz's comp and taking all of these crucial units so that if Raza wanted to take the slow roll, at 6, he can't anymore because he won't be able to get those 3 stars that you really need for that.
6 Knights for Kajos. What a board. 6 Knights and Ironclad. This is very tanky. Obviously no skirmisher for this Jax, but going to be hard to get through. Coming up against Shoxy's 3-item MF. Have to see if this MF can get through these 6. I haven't seen 6 Knights in a long time. Even as a Cavalier spat on this Galio, I like this board right now from Kajos.
It's so strange as well because you look at the enemy board and it's just struggling to deal any damage to these units whatsoever. I mean, we saw the Galio being the major tank there, and that Archangel Staff Galio tech. I've seen a little bit of Kajous doing this before, but I mean, it's just showing up there in that fight. Because of Galio's massive mana pool, you can just afford to do something like that. And, I mean, heck, this may just be a very strong finish to this game.
Well, we are back on board with Raza right now, and he's looking... look, let's just say it. He looks in an absolutely awful spot. His board is definitely not what he wanted to be hitting right now. He hasn't been able to find any of that MF, so he's running some sort of Draven carry. He's actually pivoting now towards the Jax. He's got the Radiant DB on it. He's also slammed the Hodge, but he's missing out on like some of the items that you would normally see on it, like a BT or a Runans or a Last Whisper. And when you're playing against comps that are running Ironclad, like the comps of like Jose, who was picking up all the Ironclad units. Shoxy also has the Knights in with the Ironclad and the Cavalier. They're so tanky. Even if your Jax has the Radiant DB, he's not actually going to be able to break through all that armor.
Yeah, definitely. What I wanted to see here is I wanted to see Raza slam this Cavalier spat onto this Jax, because Jax can make excellent use out of it, right? And it's just unfortunate for him that you find yourself in this position here where you wanted to go reroll, but you know that you can't now, so you're relying on Stimmy to provide something really good. The Tome of Traits may be interesting.
That is
doesn't
absolutely
look to
nothing
be
of what he wanted.
that great.
That is one of the weakest Tome of Traits he could have possibly hoped for. Sure, he gets the Knight spat. That's alright. Puts 2 Knight in, but he will be absolutely kicking himself that he wasn't able to find like an Ironclad spat or something to really bolster up that comp.
Yeah, this board looks very weak at the moment. Could get 4 Knights going, maybe. Looks like you guys got 2 right now. Maybe gets the Galio in, but yeah, like you said, really, really weak. Jax is contested. Obviously, Kajaos had a couple, but if he can find this Jax too and maybe get a 3rd item off this carousel, maybe he can start looking at a top 5 position. Just pray that the rest of his team can take out the lobby, but yeah, looking dire right now. Can he take out this win? The MF actually drops right there. Very nice. Can he win this? All his units are very low. Nidalee is AFK at the moment. Can't get on top of it. There we go. Okay, manages that win. All right. What item are you looking for here, Frosty? Are we looking at the Bloodthirster, or are we happy?
Well, I'm not quite sure here. I think either a glove would be an excellent pickup, but let's listen into OCE to see exactly what Raza's looking for.
No.
Let me just take the auction and play it. I can't, right?
Only
Yeah,
Jose.
I don't think I can.
No, I don't think Rod.
By the way, Jose wants auction. Jose wants auction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grief it if you have to. Oh, well, they can't. We can't.
Ah, fuck.
Fuck.
The tier auction is not good. Take whatever you want. I didn't need anything.
I want money. I want money.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be worse. The tier's stuck on the thing.
What's wrong with my chair? Okay, I need to fix my chair after this.
I got stage 2 off that. Okay, that's good.
This is such a
I have Jax
predicament that
too.
Team
Holy shit,
OCE finds
I'm
themselves
saved.
in, is that they're trying and find these units and try and contest the SEA guys, but they can't. They need to play strongest board, and we did hear that Raza said he was saved. He has got the Nidalee on board now with that Cavalier spat. He's got the free Skirmisher in. He's got the Jax 2 now in with the Runan's Hurricane. That is very, very strong now, but it's just a matter of, can he actually build a strong enough board in time to actually force out a top 4? There is 21 HP separating him from a Nivea Kingdom, who is in that 4th position right now.
Yeah, found the Jax too. That should save him a little bit HP coming up against Jaos, who only has the Jax 1. So definitely should be okay coming up to neutrals. I expect him to win both fights unless he comes up against a really strong board. But this Jax 2 should be enough, and then hopefully that buys him enough time to where he can develop a board that can top 5. But, he needs to find some more pairs, find a way to go 8. But this Jax 2 should be okay for now.
We now see Kajaus also getting access to his Divine Blessing. We did see that from earlier. It is a Tome of Traits. That's one of the most powerful items that you can possibly get from a Divine Blessing, especially if you roll a trait that you need. Raza didn't roll one that he needed, Frosty, but the thing is that if he actually did, or if one of the SEA guys gets exactly what they're looking for, it just makes his life to climb out from the bottom so much harder.
Yeah, definitely. Raza finds himself in the spot where you can't really afford to roll for much, and you just have to pretty much pray. You have to pray to Radiant Mortdog at this point that you can get through all of these fights safely. You see even Dawnglade starting to take a few losses here and there. Chubby and Asher solely in 1st and 2nd, but even still, if Raza goes 8th, that's just it. And, yeah, if Dawnglade keeps taking these losses, getting the Stimmy here is great and all, but you gotta start winning if you're Raza here. And Raza runs into the Assassin matchup, which is not looking too hot, and Raza falls even lower now. Still in 2-loss territory, but it's getting awful scary.
I love this board from Kajaos right now. 6 Knights, has the Halion spat as well. I assume that was from the Stimmy, maybe. Yeah, interesting board. Level 8, a lot of money. Interested to see how his board develops in the 5-1, because I feel like he needs to improve this board coming to the final stages of this game.
I mean, you say that, but like at the same time, it's like Kajaus, all he has to do is, you know, if he manages to stabilize somewhat until one of Raza or Dawnglade goes out, whatever happens there, he could just sell board. Game is totally fine. Game is won. It's a long con strategy there. This is a very nice roll down so far to find a 3-5 cost. Make that 4-5 cost with the Gwen there as well. None of them really fit onto his board right now, but he might swap things around. He sells off the Karma to put on that Aurelia for now. But he is going quite deep into his pockets here to try and find a good level up here. He almost is sitting on the Gwen pair now. He's also sitting on the Galio pair. If he manages to 2-star one of those, that is a very, very big pickup.
Yeah,
he doesn't, but he also sells, and I think he would put that Hellion Spat back onto the Archant.
Yeah, finds himself in a little bit of a weird spot there. Doesn't really know what to do. I don't know about you guys, but I love Fortnite. And it seems like Raza does too. You know, playing in Fortnite with the 3 Ironclad has the 2 Cavalier. I love this swap around from trying to play 4 Cavalier into 2 Cavalier. It just seems to make a lot more sense for what Raza is going through. Runs into teammate Chubby Bunny, but Chubby's got plenty of health to spare right now. And really interesting to notice that Uncle Chubby was holding on to 2 more Jaxes there. And we saw that I believe it was Kajaus was still trying to look towards trying to play some of those. And I think that this is exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be taking away any opportunity from these players here, because I actually think Raza finds himself in a fairly good spot.
Alright, so Raza made this Nocturne, so it looks like they are trying... Escher has 4, Raza has 3, so definitely trying to deny that unit, but comes up against another fellow teammate in Asher. Hopefully he can at least get a good loss or even beat him. Like you said, Raza does need to win a few fights.
This is a good fight for Raza, though.
Yeah, look at that. 6-unit win. Raza in a really nice spot right now. And I'm actually a bit scared for Kajaos. I feel like Kajaos is a bit weak at the moment, but let's see. This is going to be a very tight finish, I feel.
It's happening!
It's happening, I believe.
3 SEA players bottom 3 right now.
Do you believe, Frosty? Do you believe?
I want to believe in the power of the 13th game here.
I believe. Oh my... Okay, so we got 1, 3, 4, and 5 right now. They need to get a second tier at least. You would think they need to take down Jose. Ribbon 3 from Chubby. Okay, I believe. I believe Frosty. The hype is real.
But all it needs is one Jose to absolutely spoil this party, and I love how all the OC players are basically picking up Nocturnes. I haven't actually had a look at Jose's board in a while. We just saw the Lucian 2 level up. I don't think he's actually playing the Nocturne board this game. But, you know, Jose is the thorn in the side of OC right now. He's running that 6 Sentinel Lucian carry. It's not something that we've seen much of this tournament. It did get nerfed, I think, in 11-15. So it's definitely not as strong as it once was, although it was one of the best comps at the start of this patch. And now, you know, we're looking back towards Raza. We're looking more at the right-hand side there. There is some big, absolute big losses there for SCA. So the OC boys have to be ecstatic with that. Let's listen into them.
Fuck.
I think I'm taking Redemption.
I'd like the Gwynsu if possible.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you need, Dawnglade? You take.
I can't take anything. You go for what you want. Okay, I'm taking
Jose has 6 Lucian. Jose has 6 Lucian.
Okay.
I don't know if I do Titans Yas.
Okay, we need to all hold Lucians because if Jose goes first,
I'll just roll it out here.
I'm gonna
really hear the desperation in the OC voices there. They are really looking for those Lucians, and they're all going to roll for it as well. They're all just looking to try and stop Jose's board. He is the one SCA member in the top 4 there. He is on a hot streak. Frosty, how do you feel?
I'm nervous here. You know, I want SEA to win, but at the same time, this is a really big match, and you know what? This is the stuff that Legends are made of right here, is these sorts of games. And if anything, I want to see something big happen. But it all starts with this matchup right here. We've got the 2 captains coming up against each other, and that's a really big start for Jose there. Coming in, has got this really strong Lucian, but the Jack's going to be able to tear through it as the Luminous Deathblade grows even bigger. The Jax goes on the back line, doesn't manage to take off the Akshan there, but it looks like the board from Jose is just melting right now. Even the Rakan is not able to keep the rest of the board alive, and Jose's hot streak is down and out as we see that two SEA members, 7th and 8th. This is how the comeback starts.
Yeah, they need to put Jose in 4th. If they can get Kajos out in 6th, in 5th rather, they're in a really good spot here. Oh, this is going to be tight. They need to get rid of Jose. They need to hold these Lucians like they said in the comms. OCE in a really nice spot here.
Escher did take a little bit of a bigger loss after that combat. He's sitting on 16 HP now. It's not quite, well, it is a little bit one loss territory. It's a heavy loss that will take him down. But all eyes are on Jose and Kajos, the two final SEA players in this game. If they both fall in 5th and 6th, OCE will somehow miraculously take home the OCE versus SEA Showdown. But we are on board with Escher right now, who's up against Jose's board and manages to delete that carry Lucian. But now, can he get through that really tanky Rakan with this 3-star Yasuo? I think the answer is yes. He does, and that is a 13 HP loss for Jose. That brings him down to 16 HP, tied with Escher now. Joust managed to win that final combat. There are 3 players tied at 16 HP. We see Razza and Chubby Bunny also duking it out right now. It is that 3-star Riven just tearing through, but it is it the
perfect loss for Razza?
Almost the Archangel's text.
This game is getting spicy.
Oh, I cannot.
Is this happening?
Hedge is palpable. Oh,
is this happening?
Oh, it's so close. As we head to this neutral round right now, there's 2 SEA players left. They're not got much HP, but they're definitely trying to stay alive in this game. Let's hear what they're thinking.
1, 2, Lucian, yeah.
Like, one of us has the top 4.
I can't top 4, I don't think. The board is not that good.
I need 2 more Lucians.
It's a big Lucian pickup.
Yeah, I top 4 with Lucian 3.
That's a big Lucian
have
pickup.
it, right?
Jose's 1 away.
They're holding 3
Russ is rolling for it now just to
3
deny the
Lucians?
odds.
Yeah, you can't hit it.
1, 2.
And as you heard from the listener there, Kajal said he doesn't think he can top 4. Jose says he can only top 4 if he manages to hit that Lucian 3. He hasn't been able to hit it. I'm pretty sure the OCE boys have held on to enough to try and make sure. Jose, 16 HP, going into combat against Dawnglade here. This is an absolutely key combat for OCE if they want to win this lobby. Dawnglade running that Spellweaver's Fiddlestick strategy that has been so much power, and it is a perfect Fiddlestick ult onto the backline there. Doesn't matter that it gets deleted afterwards. It got rid of the Lucian. That is a huge loss for Jose as he goes around and scouts the board, looks for Kajos, trying to look out for his SEA teammate. It is now all down to this Akshan and Rakan.
Kajos is out. Razza is out.
Kajos is out. Razza is out though.
Could we see a
Dawnglade has to
tiebreaker
win
here?
by enough here to make sure that Jose does get knocked out, but I don't think it is. I think the Rakan has stayed alive for long enough that it won't be enough of a HP loss.
Oh my god.
And I think Jose has done it. He has held on. He has held on
it finds the
enough.
Nico.
4 HP has separated OCE from the title at the OCE versus SEA Showdown. It is now confirmed. SEA are your champions. They have managed to win it all.
We have
Let's
tiebreaker?
hear from them as they are.
Tiebreaker. We win tiebreaker.
No, trust.
I mean, I'll still sweat this out.
Alright, we won, right?
I'll still sweat it out. Just in case.
Such a BG, man. I hit so early, but I didn't hit anything.
Jose goes out in 4th here.
Holy
Will
shit.
be a tiebreaker.
That's how
I
you
have to
can tell
confirm
from
that.
the-
But yeah, he does hit the Lucian 3
He's
though.
level
Can he win the
7.
lobby from here? Someone needs to knock him out. Can Chubby Bunny bring it in for OCE here?
That's the big question. The big question. Lucian's tightening down the Riven here, but I mean, that's a really big... Oh no, that's a really big Galio ult there. And it looks like Jose has absolutely torn through the hopes and the dreams of the OCE players here. As Escher is still barely alive, there is still hope. there might be a tiebreaker here, but you hear the C players there. They say that they still win the tiebreaker, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we?
It has been an absolutely banging final game. OCE is fighting tooth and nail to make it through. Their captain Raza sadly falling down. I'm pretty sure I will have to confirm with the admins. They're working behind the scenes right now. Try and figure out if OCE have a chance with the tiebreaker. We were talking about it at the start, the 1, 2, 3, 5. We're making sure the admins run the math twice. They can't be even in points, the admin has said. So, it is going to be a still tight game for the players to play through, but we do see Escher falling out here. Jose has managed to live through. He's continuing to fight for SEA. We were talking about this the entire tournament. We've been talking about how good Jose is as a captain, as a leader for this SEA squad, Frosty, and he is pulling out all the stops in this such important 12th and final game to give his team all the points they need to succeed.
You know, it'd be even sweeter if you can cap it off with a win here, and I honestly wouldn't put it past them that even after all is said and done that, you know what would be the final nail in the coffin? Coming back from 4 health to win it all, and you can see the look of joy on Jose's face, being able to clutch it out from, I mean, what seemed like it might be the nightmare scenario there for him, being able to come back and just barely cling on to life after OCE did literally everything in their power to stop him from getting Illusion 3. It just wasn't enough in the end, and coming into these final few combats here, you can just see the joyous look on his face, the smile cracking out from there. He knows he's done a wonderful job.
Well, the last time Jose played Dawnglade, that Fiddlesticks just deleted his Lucian, but it is a role reversal this time around. That 3-star Lucian just tearing through this Spellweaver comp that has found, I must say, quite a bit of success for the OCE guys. They've run it across both groups very successfully, but it is not going to be enough. Both of the OCE players now reduced down to 2 HP. Combined, they make up a full Jose. But look, with the 3-star Rakan, with the 3-star Lucian, and this super strong 6 Sentinel, 3 Cavalier board, it is very hard to see any of the OCE guys fight back, and this is Jose's lobby to win now.
What can I say? I knew it all along. I always had faith in my boy to clutch it out in the end here. And I'm really proud of everyone from SEA here being able to pull through and, take the tournament, especially from such an underrepresented region, coming through here and really showing what they're made of. I do want to give credit to OCE, though, for not just rolling over and dying and actually putting up an extraordinarily good fight in these final few moments here. Even when the going got tough, they still managed to make it look really close. And, I mean, that just goes to show you that, I mean, OCE, as some players may like to call it a bit of a meme region, they're still very good and strong players here, as you've seen today.
Well, we have managed to make it, and I'm pretty sure this is the first Rift Herald we've seen all weekend long. We've made it to Stage 7 after this, bearing in mind any catastrophe of one of the players actually losing to neutrals here. It will be, it's the GS here for Jose. Dawnglade is on 2 HP, the final hope for OCE. If he can at least make it a little bit sweeter with a win for the region, but unless he's gotten that 3-star Fiddlestick since we've last saw him, I don't see any way that he's able to delete the solution. Kremers, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. He's got a Rakan tree and the Locket and as well as Solution tree. It's going to be really hard. I think he knows he's won. He was destroying Dawn's comp earlier. He's just got a position reasonably well, but I just can't see him losing with this board. Does have the volley too. Maybe CC him plus the deletion from Vel'Koz. That's the only way I can see it, but even so, like, these Vel'Koz items aren't incredible. I find it will be the last fight, but I just can't see Jose losing this one.
Well, it all comes down to this. It is Jose versus Dawnglade in the 12th and final game of the TFT versus SEA Showdown. Dawnglade's Vel'Koz manages to get a good cast off across the board, and this Lucian is still safe for now. Free hitting, he's still relying on this Rakan, and the Sentinel Shield is popping around, and just as you do that, the culling comes through from the Lucian. It absolutely decimates the board of Dawnglade. Jose takes the win. It is a big win for SEA. They will be your champions of the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown. And what better way to do it than off the back of their absolutely scintillating captain, Jose Paulo, carrying the flag. Absolutely stunning performance from him all weekend long. He's played it, he showed it off yesterday with his blender comp. Today, he played so flexibly out of his mind to lead his team here. And look, this has just been an absolutely amazing win for Team SEA here, Frosty.
So it looks like now we're going to be pulling Jose into the chat here to just have a bit of a chat with us. Congratulations, Jose, on winning the tournament for your team there. How does it feel to come back after a game that looked like it may go a little bit wrong there?
We can.
Yes, we can hear you, Jose.
For the final game, we just went 6-7-8 for the content. You know, it was all planned from the beginning. That's what my team wanted to do. And you know what? We made it look close, but we clutched it out in the end.
Well, I can certainly say here from the caster desk, you made it look convincing. Because for a few moments there, we were starting to get a little bit hyped up going, there's no way. There's no way that the meme dream is actually taking place right now. But if it's all for content, then I guess it was all for nothing then. So I hope you're happy with yourself.
We're very happy with how it ended. Yeah, that was a hell of a ride for that last game.
I do want to talk about the tournament as a whole for you guys, because obviously it doesn't just come down to that final game. It's been a very, very solid performance from the Southeast Asian team as a whole. What do you hope that you've proved for the region as a whole now that you've gotten this spotlight and this chance?
Oh, that we're a competitive TFT region. The other Southeast Asian team, honestly, they hard carried our asses. I think they proved that, like, as a team they were better, and individually they're really good players as well. So I'm really happy with how they performed. I'm pretty happy with how our team performed, but the other Southeast Asian team, they honestly popped off. They did so well.
And talk us through the communication. Obviously, you've had some 4v4 experience. We listened in on some of the comms. You have a lot of leadership on Carousel and things like that. How did you prepare for a tournament like this, where some of your other players may not have experience with 4v4s?
I think almost all of us have 4v4 experience, except maybe Shoxy and AK. I know the other Southeast Asian team, they've played together in a bunch of 4v4 tourneys, so, or at least like one or two. So I guess that's why I handpicked them to be the other team. So because I knew that they already had synergy and they already played before together. But we scrimmed a lot. We had pretty okay practice. And yeah, that's how our practice went. So synergy built up well, which was good.
To build off of that question a little bit, how much would you say that the communication mattered between the teams there? I know a lot of people look at 4v4s from TFT here and might say, well, I mean, how much does it actually matter, being able to communicate with your teammates throughout all of this? I just wanted your insight here to just let everyone else know.
I think it's pretty important. It determines a lot of placements, especially late game. Early game, deciding on what items you want, what you're playing for, not to grief each other. I think we did a really good job of playing, pretty much making sure none of us griefed each other in terms of what we were playing and what items we wanted, and just relaxing when we needed to, and taking it easy if we felt like we were in bad spots. So it's not even just items and stuff, it's just having good mental and good attitude.
Yeah, and as we pull up the scores graphic on stream here, we can see the final totals for the competition. It is 252 points for your team in SEA there, Jose, and 242 for the OCE boys. I do want to pose a question to you about Worlds, because obviously that is the big event for TFT, and SEA doesn't actually have a chance of competing in it. If, say, the slots open up for Set 6 and beyond, how far do you think this region can actually take it in these global events?
Yeah, we need a World slot. Even one, I feel like we would perform fairly well. In a team environment we played well, but I know for a fact individually we're better players as well. So I have no doubt in my mind that if we had a slot, we would show up and pop off.
We should have made the prize pool for this one just a slot for OCE or SEA. I'm pretty sure that would have been a lot better to fight for than just 2K.
Put OCE up for relegation against SEA. Oh no.
That doesn't sound bad.
I've got one final question for you here. Now, this one is a little bit controversial, so I'm just gonna chuck it out there. On a scale of 1 to 3, how free is OCE?
This is the freest they've been. It's not even close.
So
well,
ladder's just going to be, the Chow ladder is just going to be SEA. You got that mental gap now on ladder. You can just type it in chat.
I mean, it already is SEA. So that
I mean, you're not wrong.
Proves it.
It is true. Ladder is very much dominated by the SEA players. And look, this tournament was dominated by the SEA players, Jose. Congratulations on this win. You have done your region proud. We loved your blender. We talked it up so much, but today you showed us that you're much more than just a Nocturne one trick, and you are very much deserving of this title. Do you want to give any shout outs to anyone before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to Dofu, Araye, Els, and the Sierra. Yo, you guys, Slamat Lods. Holy shit, you guys carried the fuck out of us, honestly. And then to my team, Keith, AK, and Shoxy. Yo, we clutched it out at the end, honestly. And I wouldn't have asked for a more interesting team and an awesome experience. Shout out to the community. Thanks for sticking around. Shout out to the Seamen. Yeah, Seamen, let's go, baby. Shit. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Jose. And yes, shout out to the Seamen, the wonderfully coined term of the SEA fanatics. They are your winners of the OCE versus SEA Showdown. Frosty, Kareems, that has been an absolutely phenomenal tournament. I want to hear from you. If you were to pick one MVP, who would it be?
I mean, I gotta take it away. I mean, I'm gonna take it from Jose himself. I'm gonna pick Master Els. Really just an overall solid performance all throughout the tournament there. I didn't think I saw one bad game from them whatsoever, so definitely my standout pick here.
Kareems?
2, I think it was, and then as soon as he hits Solution 3, he's just fully relaxed. He knows he's won it for SEA. Yeah, Jose's definitely the MVP here.
Yeah, look, I'm actually going to say Array is still probably my MVP. He didn't have that good of a performance today, but I think his very solid performances yesterday really put SEA into a good spot. And I think Jose very touched on it nicely. That SEA Group B team was ultimately the difference maker between these two squads. I'm pretty sure if we have a look at the score sheet as well, they were the highest scoring team out of both of them. Individually breaking it down, 144 points from that Group B team alone. They really showed their experience in this 4v4 stage, Frosty, and they just clicked. Like, I'm never going to forget those first 2 games that they played against OCE yesterday.
Oh, absolutely not. And if you look there, C Group A, actually the underperformers in the entire tournament here. So, I don't know, maybe we should be calling C the free ones here, but, you know, I'll give them credit where credit is due. The Seamen really came in strong today, so, I mean, kudos to them.
Look, lads, it has been an absolutely amazing 2 days covering some of the best TFT talent, not just in OC, but across Southeast Asia as well. These guys deserve a spotlight on the world stage. A big thank you has to be given to our producers as well, who are in our Roots and Swifty, who have been absolutely wonderful throughout this tournament, and Tycoon as well as head admin, sorting out all the wonderful head admin things. A big shout out to Riot and Order as well. This is obviously presented by Order. This has been an absolutely wonderful tournament. Lads, now there's only regional finals to look forward to in September, and hopefully the OCE boys can clean up their acts there, because otherwise they're going to get absolutely demolished at Worlds.
All I got is my 2 hands and praying, baby.
Well, I've got my supply of hopium here. Let's get one last hit. All right.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much to all you guys out there watching as well. My name is Ducky. I've been joined by Frosty and Kareems and Nightmare Twig as well from yesterday. This has been just an absolutely wonderful tournament. We cannot wait you to bring more OCE and hopefully SEA TFT action in the future. Thank you and have a good night.